gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, everybody? Howdy, it's Jeff here with Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. Good evening to everybody. We're getting kind of a little bit of a late start because of our West Coasters tonight, which is cool for them. They didn't have to come right home from, well, it's a Saturday, so I guess most of you weren't working, but you could have your evening to do some stuff here. But real quick, let me introduce everybody here for the panel real quick tonight. We are going to be talking about the killer classic hard rock band Thin Lizzy. To this direction here, I've got Mr. Craig Behrhorst, a first-timer on Gas Masks, probably a first-timer and a last-timer on Gas Masks and Hand Grenades.
Why last? I haven't said anything all right yet.
No, I'm thinking you'll be like, after this, like, man, you'll be like, Tom, if that guy contacts me, just tell him, please, I'm busy for like the rest of my life. Tom already knows the drill. He's like, oh, Christ. He's checking in with me to see if I want to do something again tonight. In this corner, right, I can never point right here. That direction there, Mr. Tom Draper. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Good to see you again.
Nice
after all your cool-ass traveling around the world, and we'll get into that in a minute here real quick. We'll talk about your summer exploits so far. And then below me tonight here, we've got the young buck, the young Canuck, as I call him, Cronos Jr., a.k.a. Cronos Jr. What's up, Erik? How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Good to see you, man. So, yeah, we're going to get into this Lizzy thing here real quick. But before we do, let's check in on everybody and see what everybody's up to. Tom, I'm going to start with you because you got to do some pretty cool traveling this summer, right? And got to go overseas and do some cool stuff. Any quick stories you can throw at us?
Yeah, I went to the UK and Europe for about 7 to 10 days. I can't remember exactly what, playing guitar for Spirit Adrift. Arrived in Birmingham on our first day, and I drove us straight into the centre of town to go and visit the Black Sabbath Bridge, which was a thing that they put there a couple of years ago to commemorate, Black Sabbath, because it's where they're from. Ran into a metalhead at the bench who informed us that Carcass were playing that night in Birmingham, so I sent a few text messages, and we went to the show to watch them and catch up with the band, which was cool. Next day, we played at the Download Festival at Donington Park, which was fucking insane. Got to see a little bit of Metallica and Carcass again, Municipal Waste. Didn't get any sleep at all. Went to the Netherlands to play at a festival called Into the Grave with a bunch of other metal bands. I think Monster Magnet and Clutch were there. Then we did a couple of shows opening for Jour in the UK and rounded off the week by playing at Hellfest, where we got to watch Porcupine Tree and Iron Maiden after we played.
It's still incredible when I hear that the Porcupine Tree was literally playing below Iron Maiden at Hellfest. I'm like, what alternate reality am I living in? Because the last time I saw Porcupine Tree, if you throw out the Radio City Music Hall gig, which was a one-off that they did, which was their last U.S. tour date until they regrouped. The last tour date I saw them was in Richmond, Virginia. I think there was about maybe 700 people there, 500 people, somewhere in that range. And now they're playing.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, doesn't it?
It had to have, dude. I still don't understand it. I mean, you know my history with that band, and I know those guys really well. It's like, what the fuck happened? Like, what happened there? I don't get it. So, Craig, what have you been up to, man? I know you do a bunch of stuff with the Butlers, and what else are you up to? What's happening in your world out there?
Yeah, right now the Butlers still play out and about here and there. A band that plays, 70s covers, all the songs we grew up on, and do Lizzy stuff, Queen, Cheap Trick, AC/DC, UFO. It's like all the music that you puke to at the kegger party when you're in high school. And Tom here has sat in with the band a couple times. And
nice.
We have a lot of fun with it. Different people sit in with us if they're in town. We've had Chuck Billy, Gary Holt, Dave Rude from Tesla, Phil Demel, so, we're friends with all these guys. So we'll, when they're in town, they'll sit in with us. And yeah, it's a really fun thing. And then I'm getting ready to go on tour in about a week or so here.
Cool.
With Handsome Dick Manitoba, singer from the Dictators. And,
yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. So sort of a proto-punk band from that whole CBGB's era, 76, 77. And so, yeah, we're going to do 6 dates throughout California. And it's a couple of the guys from the Butlers are doing it as well. That's Andy Gallion on drums, who was in Death Angel, and Michael Butler on bass. So, yeah, it's going to be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you ever get out and play with Phil's house band over there? It is, the Merkins, or you ever get out and do that? Because I know Tom just did it.
Yeah. He invited me one time. I think I was out of town, so I wasn't able to do it. But yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always absolute chaos. He learns like 4 hours worth of tunes and has like between 40 and 80 musicians. It's madness.
Yeah, it looks a little insane. Yeah, right. All in good fun though, right?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Erik, what you been up to, man? Anything real quick? We just saw each other on Tuesday night for Bowie, right? So
not much. Just was working this week, so
you got some shows coming up, right?
Yeah,
Don't you have some.
I got 2 videos that are going to be up tomorrow. I know I said Friday last time we were
nice.
Tomorrow for sure. So yeah,
cool. You're finally going to get some content up. All right,
yeah.
Awesome. I hate pimping your channel and going, hey, he doesn't have anything up there yet, but just go sign up to him anyway. So, well, listen, guys, we are here to talk about Thin Lizzy. Tom and I, we've done what? We've done Steely Dan and Queen, right, together?
That's right. Yeah.
And we had a blast doing those because those are 2 of our favorite bands. And we were kind of going back and forth. I'm throwing you this band, you're throwing me that band, and it's like, fuck, we got to come up with something here. And finally, I don't know, was it you that said Lizzy or was it me? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. One of us, and we're like, man, we got to do that. And then, did I bring up Craig's name or did you? I can't remember. I might have.
Might have been you, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember seeing Craig do something on Zetro's channel, and I'm like, man, he ain't gonna want to do this. But it was a while back, or actually, what I thought was a while back. Turns out it was UFO that was a while back, but. Long story short, man, who cares, man? Let's just talk about one of the greatest fucking bands on the planet, bar none. This band just freaking rules, and it's going to be cool because Craig and I are kind of the old heads here that were around in the 70s. Craig even got to see them live, I believe you said. I didn't. They broke up the year I was like a junior in high school, and it just never happened for me, but I was very aware of them. And then we've got kind of the middle guy here with Tom. And then we got the young cat down here. So it'd be kind of cool to get some, far-reaching opinions on this band. But let's start with you, Craig. Let's talk about, I'm going to go to a different view here, if you guys don't mind. And we're going to do this thing here, I think. There we go. So, Craig, I'm going to pull you up real quick and tell me what your first memories of and how you kind of got into this band or where it kind of happened for you. So where the magic took hold.
Yeah. Well, I was pretty young, probably, 12 or something. And there was a radio station here in the Bay Area called KFRC. It was an AM radio station, but they played a lot of rock, man. They played, Thin Lizzy. They played Led Zeppelin, stuff like that. And, I heard Jailbreak on the radio, actually, was the first song I heard. Jailbreak and Boys Are Back in Town were the 2 tunes getting airplay. And when I heard Jailbreak, I just, at the age of 12, Jailbreak. Tonight there's going to be a jailbreak with that guitar riff. It was kind of like, man, something heavy. Like before I was listening to Smoking in the Boys Room by Brownsville Station. But then when I heard that, I was just, wow. And then you'd hear Boys Are Back in Town on the same radio station. And so that was really cool. And eventually, probably a year or so later, or I got the album Jailbreak, and that was the first album that I got into, with Thin Lizzy. And that was, like I said, I was pretty young, man. So it was probably like, 76, 96, when the album came
Mhm.
out. Yeah. And then I was able to see him. And then I started kind of like, getting into him a little bit, but not much. I just kind of had Jailbreak, but then I saw them at Day on the Green in '78 with Gary Moore.
That's
And
incredible.
yeah, it was pretty insane. And then after that, I'm older. I'm like in, 7th grade or something. So I'm then I started getting into it, and I think I bought the live album, and then from '80 on, I bought all, I started buying all the back catalog and all that, and then I was lucky enough to see him in the Warfield in San Francisco.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was Chinatown tour, and
Were
yeah,
you playing guitar yet? Were you playing guitar yet?
I think it was probably like 1980 when I started like probably picking up guitar,
Yeah.
and
So it was kind of in those formative years for you then.
yeah, for sure. And I was like 15 years old in 1980, and my sister worked for Bill Graham Presents, so she was one of those blue coats and worked all the shows. And she had said, hey, you can usher at the Warfield and volunteer to usher, and you don't get paid, but you get to see all these shows. And so I was like, oh, that'd be cool. So she goes, but you just can't work all the shows you want to work, So
Right.
I worked, but I saw everything was great. I saw the Boomtown Rats. I saw the Clash. I saw the Specials. I saw the Grateful Dead, Judas Priest, and all this great stuff. And so we see Thin Lizzy, and my sister was hanging out with her good friend was Preston Thrall, who was Pat Thrall's brother, who played in Pat Travers. And Pat was friends with those guys and all that. So I'm there with my friend, and Jeff Fogarty was there too. He's a good friend of mine. He ushered too. So we were able to go backstage, and Lori got us backstage, and we were hanging out in the room, and it was Pat Thrall, Preston Thrall, me, Jeff Fogarty, and my sister, and the band. And the road manager saw the two young kids, and he gave us the 8 by 10, and get it signed. And so Darren Wharton was there, his first time to America. He's probably like 18 or 19 years old. He was just like, happy to sign it. And Brian Downey was pretty rude that night. He would make up for it quite a few times later when I met him a couple times after that. Very kind person. I think he was having a bad night. And Scott was the usual, just Mr. Cool. Couldn't be nicer. He's always the greatest guy, ever. And then
him. I mean, you've just met him, or do you know him?
First time I met him was then when I was 15. Oh. But I had a band that played with 21 Guns, and then I'd met him going over to the Vibes in Ireland, and I had a chance to sit down and talk to him for a long time with the new form Lizzy and all that. But I can't say enough great things about Scott Gorham.
Yeah, he seems like a super cool guy.
What a beautiful human, funny, compassionate, nice. And then there's this guy in the other side of the room, and he's got his shades on inside. He's a trench coat on, and he's reading the Trouser Press with the Clash on the cover. And I'm looking over at the room. Wow, there he is, like too cool for school. Like, man, should I walk up to him? And I walked up to Phil, and I said, hey, he's the last guy I asked to sign my 8 by 10. And then he's like, hey, mate, I said, you like the show? Yeah, man, it's fantastic. And love the album Chinatown. And he's like, all right. He goes, you play an instrument? I go, yeah, just start picking up guitar. He goes, you got to get a band, right? I got to get a band, man. He's like, all right, man, you do it, and blah, blah, blah. So he was like, it was pretty cool, man. And
what year is this again that you met him? 80.
Yeah, it was the here. I'll
Craig, this is insane, dude. I cannot fucking believe you met Phil Lynott.
I got my wait. Whoa,
how the other way? There you go.
So it's it has my sister wrote the time that I had to be there, right? Either 30, Craig, and then there's the pass, and then I don't know if you can see. I'm not doing this very well. but yeah, there's the
You want to come the other direction. You want to go the opposite direction of the way you think you should go. Yeah, there you go.
So one of my prized possessions, and after you meet a band and the guys are really nice, it just makes you like them even more. And from that day on, I went and bought a back catalog and anything that came out, and I was just really into that band.
Dude, that is so freaking insane. I did not know. Did you know this, Tom?
No, I knew that Craig was a huge fan, but I didn't know that.
I mean, like, seriously, how many people got to meet Phil? And they would kind of have to be in our age. They couldn't be, obviously, Erik's age or even Tom's age. They'd have to be in in our neighborhood, Craig, because you have to be old enough, right? But, I mean, that's just insane, dude, because, like, I've met Getty and Alex. Biggest fucking moment of my life, other than my kids being born, was meeting those two guys. I don't remember hardly any of it. It happened so quick that I'm like, was that a dream? Did that really just happen or what? Now I was a little older, so it meant a little bit more than it might have meant to me as a kid. But, meeting like the Def Leppard guys in the Hysteria tour or the Tesla dudes and hanging out on their bus, you're like, and these guys are just fucking cool dudes. Like, this is like the life I want. It never happened for me, but that is awesome, man. Tom, how about you? What was your first, connection to Lizzy? Not as cool as that. Let's just be honest. None of us are going to be nearly as cool as that.
It's not a competition, man.
I know.
Probably hearing Metallica's cover of Whiskey in a Jar. I feel it's got to be that. I don't think I cared that it was Thin Lizzy or even knew who they were after that. But in about 2001, I joined a band when I started at university, and they were really into 70s stuff. And they gave me a cassette tape of all the songs that they did, cover versions in their set that I had to learn. And it was Long Live Rock and Roll by Rainbow, and then Jailbreak was track 2. So I listened to that and I thought, fuck, that's really, really good. Then they told me they also did Dancing in the Moonlight, so I listened to that. I was like, fuck, that's really good. And I think I would assume that I went out and bought like a cheap CD copy of Live and Dangerous like pretty quickly after that.
So this is early, you said 2000, 2001.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing guitar in like 97 and I didn't listen to any heavy rock or classic rock at all. So
right.
I only really started getting into 70s stuff probably about 2001, and Lizzy were one of the first bands.
Oh, killer. Erik, how about you? You're the young dude here, so be interesting to hear what you have to say here. Oops, I just muted you. Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so not very exciting. I mean, even up here too, like you hear the boys are back in town on the radio. Like if you have it on for a couple hours, it's gonna be played pretty much. And I remember hearing that. I always liked the song, but it never like really grabbed me to like want to check them out really. I'm sure I heard Jailbreak too, but I don't really have any recollection of hearing that when I was a kid. But I don't remember exactly what prompted me to finally listen. Actually, now that I think about it, kind of a weird way to get into it, but I think I heard Mastodon covering Emerald on one of their CDs. And I was like, man, that's such a cool song. And then I found out it was a Thin Lizzy cover, and I was like, okay, maybe I should check out this band more. And yeah, I think I listened to the Jailbreak album first, and I was just like, kind of like, I don't know, it didn't sound like anything I had ever heard before. And just the diversity in all the songs and everything, but like every song was great. And I don't know, after that, I just started checking out other albums. I'm like, man, this album's great. And just, I went on kind of a binge where Thin Lizzy was like most of what I listened to for probably a few months. That was probably like only about 4 years ago now, I would say. But yeah.
You're a beginner, but that's okay. You're a beginner.
Cover of that. Mastodon does a cool cover of Emerald. But it's interesting, and I'll just say something really quick, is that that's how you get into bands. It's interesting to hear your guys' take, being younger than Jeff and I. But I heard UFO do a song called All or Nothing, and then you go, well, what? That's not on any album. You realize it's a cover, and then you realize it's a Small Faces song. Then you go back and I get into Small Faces, and UFO did a song called I'm a Fool for You, Baby, off No Heavy Petting, and then that's a Frankie Miller song, and
Frankie's on.
And we're going to get to that in a little bit.
Yep. Yeah.
But then, and so, yeah, you start connecting the dots, and it's pretty neat.
Well, it's kind of, Craig, it's kind of like that age old thing, being old heads like us. What was one of the things we cherished doing, man? We'd get an album and we'd look at the back cover and we'd look at the shirts the band guys were wearing, right? And be like, well, man, if they're listening to like Voivod, who the hell's that? I got to check that band out, or whatever the band may be, Y&T or something like that. You're just like, the threads always kind of run together, and being a music fanatic and nerd, it's like, it just kind of grows. For me, being, the same age as you, Craig, I definitely heard either Jailbreak. I think it was Jailbreak. I'm pretty sure it was Jailbreak. Or maybe Boys. It was one of those two songs. So it would have been 76. And it was, I just remember it very poignantly. And the thing that spoke to me, I started playing guitar at 8 years old. So I'd have been 75, 74, 75. And by play, I mean banging around on it and pretending I was Paul Stanley in the mirror. I was really not playing the guitar. I was just pretend playing, right? But I looked cool. I remember I definitely looked cool. Or I thought I looked cool anyway.
That's half of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big half of it, right? And so, I'd crank up my Rock and Roll Over or whatever I had playing at the time. And, I probably didn't get my first Lizzy album until about 80, 81. And it was, as far as I recall, it was probably Johnny the Fox or Jailbreak. I can't remember exactly. That's a long time in the weeds there. But I just remember the thing that I always remember, the thing that always stays with me about Thin Lizzy is incredible song arrangements, incredible ear candy, like earworms all over the place. And we're going to talk about that repeatedly tonight. And just those twin guitars. Now, were they the first guys to do the twin guitar thing? Probably not, man, because let's be honest here. The Allman Brothers were kind of doing a version of that at the time. Wishbone Ash was definitely doing it, or Argus, stuff like that. There were bands that were doing it. But who, in my opinion, if you mention what's the band that you think of as far as twin tandem guitars and those harmony guitars, if you're a guitar player, the answer should be almost immediate. And it should not be Iron Maiden, because they definitely weren't first. And it probably wasn't even Priest, quite frankly. To me, it was always this band. And
I'll tell you why, though. It's because the Allman Brothers were, they were doing it early on, but there were jams. But Thin Lizzy took the harmony guitars and they made them themes. They took the harmonies and they made them repeating themes, like they were part of the vocal of the tune. They spoke to you so much, and they did it in major and minor, and it was just incredible.
No, I agree 100%. That's the thing. I mean, you remember often with these Thin Lizzy songs, or at least I do, going back through the catalog, I am like, man, I remember the harmony guitar parts just as easily, if not better, than I remember some of the vocal lines. Because sometimes they mimic some of the vocal lines, not mimic, but they were in tandem with. But you just think about it, like Boys Are Back in Town, man. Those guitar parts are so integral to that song. They just blow that song up. And that's not the only Lizzy song that's like that. And so we'll get into that now with regards to the albums. But real quick, before we do that, let me do a real quick little history here. Thin Lizzy was formed in Dublin in 1969. And yes, I'm reading a little bit from Wikipedia and my own little notes here. Their music reflects a wide range of influences, including blues, soul music, psychedelic rock, and traditional Irish folk, generally classified as hard rock and sometimes as heavy metal. I don't hear that so much. I get proto metal, but I don't hear a heavy metal band here. That's just me. Two of the founding members, Brian Downey and Phil Lynott, met while in school. Lynott led the group through the recording career of 12 studio albums, singles, Whiskey in the Jar, The Boys Are Back in Town, Waiting for an Alibi were international hits. After Lennett's death in 1986, various incarnations of the band emerged over the years, based initially around guitarist Scott Gorham and John Sykes. Though Sykes left the band in 2009, Gorham later continued the new lineup with Downey, including Downey. In 2012, Gorham and Downey decided against recording new material as Thin Lizzy, and they titled the band the Black Star Riders, which was formed to tour and produce new releases such as All Hell Breaks Loose. Thin Lizzy have since reunited for occasional concerts. We want to mention that we want to kind of talk about this band in kind of like Deep Purple. They have marks. There's Mark 1, Mark 2, and then kind of a variations on the theme from Mark 2 with various players kind of coming and going with Gary Moore, John Sykes, Snowy White, things of that nature. And we'll talk to that when we address each album. I'm not going to get super into a deep history. We'll kind of talk about each album and go into a little history with each album, and then we'll dig in individually on the albums here. So you guys ready to kind of attack this right now?
Sure.
Cool. I generally let my guests show the albums. Did you bring your albums, Craig? Did I tell you to or no?
I mean, I got records here, so
okay,
yeah,
cool. How about we start with Thin Lizzy?
Yeah, this is going to be the
look at that cover.
This is going to be the American cover. The
nice.
European cover had the car thing, and
right.
But yeah, there we go. And the Fisheye Lens photo of Erik, Brian, and Phil.
So cool.
And we should mention real quick too, Eric Bell on guitars. They were a power trio in the very formative years. Now they were augmented by studio musicians because a lot of their tracks were much deeper than just a guitar, bass, and drums. But Eric Bell was the original guitar player, and he played on the first 3 albums. So, Craig, how about you start with the first album, kind of get into it. Let me give a quick little sketch on the particulars. This album, Thin Lizzy, came out April 30th, 1971. Was recorded between January 4th and 9. Yes, kids. 3 days, essentially, 4 days, to record an album back in the 60s and 70s. Not this 3, 4, 7 year type thing that you have nowadays. It was recorded at Decca Studios in London, and the producer was Scott English, and it says Nick Tauber, but I don't think he was involved in that first album. I think that was the second album. He might have been an engineer on that. Quick little note on that then on the second album when we get into the second album, which Nick Tauber produces. I want to throw a little note at you on that one on the next one. So go ahead, jump in on this one, Craig.
You want me?
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay, so you know how we talked about you go back in the catalogs of bands. So with Thin Lizzy, I went back in the catalog and started buying the Johnny the Foxes and the Nightlifes and all that sort of stuff. And then later you hear about, you buy the Thin Lizzy album. I think it was the first one I bought of the Mach 1 Thin Lizzy. And then you're kind of like, this doesn't really sound like the Thin Lizzy I know. It's sort of like, it's hippy dippy a little bit. It's jammy. And it doesn't have those twin guitars. And, but you listen, you go back and revisit it, and you come back, and because something's there, it just takes you a little bit while to get a little older to get to know it, and then appreciate it, and then anything with Phil's voice. I mean, it's already got you right there.
Exactly.
But the songs, you're trying to get into the songs, and then now, I really enjoy going back and listening to the the Mach 1 stuff, the Erik Bell stuff, and this is a really good. It's a great album. The first track is great. The Friendly Angel. It's got Honesty Is No Excuse. I think remember later on Metallica made those shirts. Honesty Is Our Only Excuse.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That slogan. Where do you think
they steal that from? They stole that from this, then clearly.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice.
So, but they pay homage to Lizzy, and they'll be the first one to tell you. And Ray Gunn is on this album. Sort of, I think it's very much of the Erik Bell song. He wrote it himself. I think trying to be a Hendrix type thing on that tune. It's very Hendrixy. Machine gun. He calls it ray gun. And I think that the tune that was really getting a lot of airplay off this album at the time, like in London, in Ireland or whatever, was "Look What the Wind Blew In," and that one was about his girlfriend at the time. And we have Clifton Grange Hotel, and we know about that hotel, right?
Actually, I don't. What's the story there?
That was Philomena owned the hotel. It was kind of like it's called the Biz. It was like a place for when people were coming through. As an unofficial sort of hotel room and board type place, and she would host people going through town that were in showbiz. It was sort of after hours hangout, and Phil would hanging out there when he was young and seeing all these sort of characters, and it was in Manchester, and so he wrote a song about it, and Philomena sounded like a really cool woman, really liberal, really strong, independent woman. And,
very free spirited too, I think. Kind of artsy, very artsy.
Yeah, and I think that's where Phil gets that. And they had a relationship that was like, mother son, but it was very much like friends too, And
she was very young when she had Phil, right? So not a big age gap.
And for the time, obviously, we're talking the late 50s. I think Phil was born in 49 or 50, I think,
49.
somewhere in that range. Yeah, I mean, to be a white woman, to have a black child, to have a black fathered child was a big freaking deal. Back then it was the Scarlet Letter sort of thing, right? So and she just passed, I think, recently, like 19. Am I right about that?
Maybe 3 years ago or something.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. And she was pretty old. I believe she was way up in her 80s, maybe close to 90. Yeah.
And then you have Saga of the Aging Orphan, and orphan something gets brought up a lot because Phil was, without a father and sent to go live with his grandmother in Crumlin, in right outskirts, in Dublin area, and it's cool. Tom, Erik, Jeff, any tunes that scream, at you guys out from this first album?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to get into it here, Tom. I'll go last. We'll go kind of in age here, I guess. What do you got, Tom, on this one?
Look What the Wind Blew In. I can't remember what song it is, but there is definitely a song on this album somewhere that has like multi-layered harmony guitars, and that really jumped out at me. Because people always say that Lizzy only really got the harmony thing going once it was the Robertson and Gorham lineup, but there's definitely some harmony guitar, like multi-track sections on. If it's not this record, it's the second one. It was definitely one of the early ones. That really hit me when I was listening through this stuff last week. Craig, do you know what song it would be?
I don't know off track, but I know there's some bits and some lines where Erik will do a harmony thing here and there, and a lot of double tracking.
Remembering part one, I think, is it, Craig.
Yeah.
I got notes here. Twin guitar style of Phil and Robbo and Scott they'll perfect it. But what they were doing there was they were multi-tracking harmony parts there of Erik doing, all the guitar parts, obviously. But that's the one that jumped out on me, was remembering part one. I'm like, that's the first sound that kind of has a little bit of Lizzyism to it,
I think the other thing that jumped out is track one, The Friendly Ranger. Like Phil's really kind of romantic poetry kind of reading style. Something he did again later on with Fool's Gold. It's like, I can't think of anybody else where like their recorded career begins with like a softly spoken poem like that. It's like, only Phil would do that, I feel.
Now, had you listened to this album before our homework assignment, or was this the first time you caught up to it?
I checked, because I have a way of checking everything I've ever listened to for some reason. And in 2019, I did listen to this album twice. But I couldn't tell you why, and I didn't remember anything about it. Yeah,
for me, it's kind of weird. I don't remember ever listening to this album before. I'd listened to the Blue Orphanage up. I don't know if I just didn't realize this album was out there, but it's the only one I didn't really was like, man, I can't remember anything about this at all. If I did, I don't remember it. But any other songs jump out at you? The production? I mean, the production is what it is for the early 1970s. It's pretty sparse for the most part, although you do have some things which I'll get into my notes in a minute here. But any other big tracks jump out at you as like, and I don't know about you guys, but I actually listened to the online version, which had the bonus tracks. Did you guys check them out? Like Things Ain't Working Down Out at the Farm and Old Moon Madness and stuff like that. Did you guys check them out or no?
Yeah,
no, I know those songs, but from like these compilation things. But yeah, not me.
Yeah, Things Not Working Out Down at the Farm stands out. I think I've watched the Phil Lynott movie a couple of times, and a lot of these songs get played over and over again in that movie. So if anything, that's probably where I know them more from than just from listening to the record.
Cool. Erik, what do you got real quick, buddy? Oh, you got the, yeah, you'll have to self and unself mute. He's got a little bit of an echo thing going on my end, so that's why, unfortunately, we're relegating him to the muzzle in between.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I listened to this album once a few years ago, but didn't really come back to it. It's definitely like, yeah, not what you think of when you think of Thin Lizzy, but it's by no means a bad album. It's pretty good for what it is, honestly. It's got a lot of bluesy stuff, little bits of folk, little bits of jazz almost here and there, just little elements. It's an interesting album. I don't know if I would call it a cohesive album. It's kind of like they're going off in a lot of different directions, and that's a common thing for a debut for a band, right? Trying to see what they're good at, like trying different things out and feeling it out. But yeah, overall I like it quite a bit. I'm not super familiar with it yet, but I will definitely come back to it. Few songs that kind of stood out for me. Yeah, Honesty Is No Excuse. Cool chord progressions in that one. Look What the Wind Just Blew In. That I really like the chorus in that one and how it goes to that. And it's kind of a weird rhythm. It's like it holds on longer than you think it's going to. So it's hard to catch it. But Return of the Farmer's Son, probably the like most hard rock song on the album. Bluesy but pretty heavy and pretty awesome drumming, especially in that song. Like these guys are already great musicians at this point, to be honest. Especially like Brian Downey stands out kind of on this album to me. He's already like a great drummer. And then Remembering, the last track, interesting song, lots of different sections in that one, and a lot of like it starts off a little bit quiet, but it's got a lot of energy for most of the track. So yeah, really good album.
Yeah, you brought up something right off the bat that I wanted to mention, which is that I don't think I ever fully appreciated just how good Brian Downey is as a drummer, man. Like it jumped out at me numerous times on numerous albums. Just what a killer player this guy is. He's got a pocket, man. He's not Neil Peart or something like that. He's just got a groove that's really hard to replicate. He's just always there. And him and Phil clearly had been playing since they were teens, I guess, late teens or whatever, high school or whatever. And they had a real feel for each other, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's amazing. His handwork is amazing, and just his groove. He doesn't hit really, really hard, but I mean, it just he's really got a good swing, and
swing. That's it.
His swing's really good, and he was in the Black Eagles with Phil. They Brian, when Phil met Brian, that was become an integral part of both their futures, and I think they made the pact when they were kids, like in the Black Eagles, like, we're always going to play together. And really, they did for such a long time. I mean, Brian was even in Grand Slam for a bit at the beginning, and then I think it was just, But, I
think it should also be noted that Brian Downey was the one that named the band, actually, from a comic strip called Thin Lizzy. They called it then Thin Lizzy. And just real quick, I didn't really do too much historically, and I'm not going to get too bogged down. Otherwise, we'll be here for 10 hours. But it was interesting to note that they were kind of playing they actually initially were playing as a foursome. There was a guy named
Keyword guy.
what's his name? Do you know that, Craig?
I don't remember his name, but yeah,
Erik?
it was like there was enough money to be made, so it's like kick out the keyboard guy. We don't need him.
Yeah, I can't find the guy's name. I don't know where I had it here, but anyways, long story short, they had to move to England, and by moving to England, they got signed then to Decca, which Decca was a pretty big label over there. I mean, so and I think it's also important to note too that in the 70s, late 60s and 70s, bands were signed to like these multi album deals, right? Because labels would invest in them to build them up, to create a saleable product to go out and back then the goal was to sell lots of albums, not to play, the shows were part of the deal as a promotion to sell the albums, whereas now it's the exact opposite. The album's the promotion to sell the tour these days. But back then it was a completely different thing. So these big labels would sign a whole bunch of bands and throw whatever at the wall to see what would stick. But they give you a couple albums to develop. Great. Here's my Rush segue. Great example of that is Rush does 3 albums. The third album is Caress of Steel, and it's called the Going Down the Tubes tour when they go out on opening up for Kiss and a bunch of different bands. And they were pretty much done, pretty much being told, if you guys don't produce a hit, you guys are done. So what do? They go write a whole sidelong album. And they're like, fuck you, man. We're just going to do it our way. If we're going out, we're going out. And it becomes the album that kind of saves their career. So in this case with Lizzy, as you said, Erik, it's a very diverse album in that it's got blues, it's got a little bit of psychedelic stuff going on, it's got Celtic folk, it's kind of all over the map, right? There's no real one-dimensional. There's definitely a lot of blues at the root of it all, but it's not like one specific sort of streamlined thing. It's not like Court of the Crimson King, which was very linear. It was very proggy and very experimental and weird. This is a little bit more like all abstract, all over the place. So yeah, Friendly Ranger, bluesy, 60 sounding, moody track, lots of tasty multi-tracking of Bell's guitar, nice punchy bass line, which you can say that pretty much about every Lizzy track going forward. Phil's just a monster bass player. Honesty is no excuse. Actually really pretty. Got some mellotrons and strings in there, which is pretty cool. Great busy drumming by Downey. Diddy Levine is kind of a mix of soft lyrical acoustic ballad with a kick-ass riffy section that's Bell's kind of going off. And although I really think Erik Bell's a really good guitar player for the time frame and his age, I don't know if it's just me, the purist in me, but you tell me, guys, as guitarists, does Bell have a propensity to hit some clams here and there? Like where you're like, where'd that note come from? What the hell was that, right? I mean, it's very in keeping with the times to a degree, but it's not, it's and I guess Hendrix probably did a little bit of that too back in the day at times, but you kind of notice it particularly on this album and the next one, that sometimes Bell goes off on these crazy killer solos, and then he throws that one note in where you're like, ouch, that kind of hurt a little bit there, Do you agree with that, Craig, or is that just me?
Yeah, I mean, he's not like, he doesn't speak to you like, wow, this guy is fucking incredible. But, Ireland's small country, man. And it was like, you get who you can get. You try to find like-minded people and that wanted to do something and that would just pick up and go to England. So you kind of got to, sometimes being a killer player, proficient player isn't always, you don't have to have that. It's important to have, like, everybody's, sufficient and everybody has the same goal and they're all like-minded. So let's piece a band together. It's a small country here, man, and there's not tons of people. It's not like, the amount of players that were in the UK,
Yeah, and I'm not, again, I don't want to come off like I'm shitting on Erik Bell. He's a fantastic guitar player, but I think in those early formative years, he was still finding his way a little bit in the studio, right? And they probably had a tiny little budget, to do this album. I wouldn't think more than a couple grand maybe back in the day.
No, I think it was something like they got I think they got 300.
Okay.
And then They do it, and then 300 once they finish.
Yeah, so there you go. Virtually no money at all, and you're kind of winging it. They recorded it in, I think they recorded all the basic tracks in 3 days. It says 5 on Wikipedia, but that's probably to put everything together. But Ray Gun, very Hendrixy, Wind Blew. I have to say that's the one track that drives me nuts. I can't stand it. That that one doesn't work.
It's funny when you say that because it's reminded me of "In the Mood" by the Glenn Miller Orchestra. Whenever I think about how the riff goes, even though it doesn't sound like that.
Wait, which "In the Mood"? Which song?
Isn't it the Glenn Miller Orchestra song? "In the Mood."
Yeah. You're right. It does.
I wonder if
Woody Herman, right?
Oh, is that who it is? I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I think it was Woody Herman. Yeah, Erie or Irie, however that's pronounced. Folky Celtic track. That's a really cool track. A really beautiful lilting, very folky sort of thing there. Atmospheric, really good vocal by Phil. Return of Farmer's Daughter, bluesy hard rocker. That's kind of a lot of weird note choices in that one. That's one that really sticks out. However, there is some anthemic Lizzy-ism starting with that song. You can hear that anthemic sort of guitar line thing that you're going to start to really associate with them vagabonds and fighting and in that era or nightlife when it really starts to kick in. Clifton.
We better get going, man, because when we get the Mach 2, everybody's going to have a lot to say.
I know. The only other one I wanted to point out really, Dublin is a really, really pretty track. Really wistful, great vocals by Phil, and the soloing by Bell is really fantastic on that. And then there's Remembering Part 1 is the one where I really hear that Phil, Robbo, Scott sort of thing, but it's kind of a messy track. It's not really, it feels like it's kind of disjointed, whereas Remembering Part 2 sounds like a much more formed song. And I don't know about you guys, but I kind of hear a weird sort of Rod Stewartness going on in Phil's voice on that one. It's a very Maggie May sort of Faces sort of thing, right? And then Things Ain't Working Down. Things ain't By the way, Craig, I sometimes sing on these. I apologize. That one fucking rips. That is like for me, that's the track on the album that really kicks it into high gear. Love the way Phil sings it. He does that kind of things ain't working out. He's got that little out thing to the vocalize. Yeah, it's so fucking cool, man. Quite a diverse album. 3 days cut basic tracks. It's kind of hit and miss. The good tracks are really good and show a lot of promise. The meh tracks are kind of average. I'm going to give it a 6.5 out of 10, but it's an album that I definitely can listen to more. I think there's more to be peeled back from the onion shell there. So, all right, Craig, you got Shades of a Blue Orphanage handy there, sir.
It's the one album I don't have.
You don't have that one. I don't have it either. How about you, Tom? You don't have it either, I guess, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, we'll pull up the artwork.
We better go to the next album.
Nah, we'll just talk about it. We'll talk about it, and I'll pull up some artwork then in a minute. But real quick, March 10th, 1972, recorded December 71 through January 72 at Delane Lea, famous studio in London. Was at Delane Lea, I think might have been the dude that owned Island Records had that. This is produced by Nick Tauber. And does anybody know who Nick Tauber is before I drop this on you? No? Okay. Anybody a fan of Marillion at all?
Oh, yeah, he did Marillion albums.
First two Marillion albums, Script for a Jester's Tear and Fugazi. Right away when I saw that name, I'm like, hey, he produced, I'm a huge Marillion geek. So I'm like, fuck, that's the dude that did Marillion.
He did like a girls' school album, too.
What's that?
I think he did like a girls' school album. He has a very eclectic roster.
Really weird. He did Motorhead. He did girls' school. I didn't pull everybody up, but there's a lot of various artists on there. You're right. And he does these first two, I know, albums. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Another really weird little note, too, here is, does anybody know who Claude Salmon? I can't pronounce her name. Claude Simmons is? Simmons? No? She plays the harpsichord, the mellotron, and the keyboards on this. And she was in a very famous quasi-UK Irish band called Mellow Candle from that era. Late 60s, early 70s. Kind of in that Comus, Renaissance, Fairport Convention sort of vibe. Very Mellow Candle was very much associated with those bands. She actually does all the backing, like keyboards and things like that. And you should know this name a little bit, maybe, Tom, because she worked with one guy that you and I like quite a bit. That guy, I think he goes by the initials SW.
Oh, interesting.
She did Significant Other off of Insurgentes. She's the background female vocal on that.
Oh,
And
interesting.
Steve then did he did something for her. He produced an album or something like that. So there you go. Kind of weird little notes there. But yeah, so go ahead, Craig. What do you have to say about this album? And I'll pull up a picture.
I don't have my notes up really on this. I know Black Boys on the Corner, talking about him and being, I'm just a little black boy and I don't know my place, So he's speaking out. He's speaking about the things that affect him. I think there's Chatting Today is a tune that's, I remember, I like his vocal on that quite a bit.
There's the album cover, by the way. I think that's the original album cover there.
Yeah. And, I'll tell you right now, probably my least favorite of the whole entire catalog.
You're thinking exactly like I do. It's without question my least favorite. There's a couple of big songs on it and then a lot of not so great stuff.
I think that they were, the first album, you have time to get those songs are in the bag a little bit, and then you do another one right away. And then, by the time they get to the third one, they're starting to learn a little bit more about each other and they're getting more proficient in their songwriting. But, I'm not a big Shades fan. Anything with Phil singing and the songs, I go back and listen to it. It's cool. But, I'm just saying my least favorite out of the whole Thin Lizzy catalog.
Cool. Tom, how about you?
Yeah. I guess this is notable really because it's it was Whiskey in a Jar on the album, or did it just come out at the same time?
No, they put that out it was not on the album. It was a single they put out.
Okay.
Little Darling?
No, Little Darling's a B-side, as is Shitamawia, however you want to pronounce it, although he says Shitamawia.
Okay, yeah.
Whiskey was kind of a, hey, you should rock up this Celtic folk song. And they sent it to radio, and they thought it was going to be like a big deal, and it only made minor waves. It became much more popular, far more popular later, and obviously when Metallica did the cover, it just fucking exploded, right?
Are you talking about in the US? Because I thought it did make them blow up in the UK.
Well, yeah, over here it didn't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I as far as I didn't see any big notes on there that it went crazy high. Are you saying it did?
Yeah, it made them famous in the UK. I think the band was like pretty much just like assuming that like they didn't have a hit and the label really wanted one. But they got on Top of the Pops with that, which Top of the Pops was a weekly TV show in the UK that ran for decades.
Yeah.
And if you got on there, like you were made, because there wasn't a lot of TV back then, and every household in the country that had a TV watched it. Lizzy got an appearance on that, Whiskey in a Jar, and that suddenly put them in a position where they were going to get proper tour supports. They were going to like start having enough fans to really do their own headlining gigs. Like it was a huge deal for them.
Yeah, I don't really see anything in the notes that said it was like a major success, but I would have. If they were on Top of the Pops, you're right.
Tom's absolutely right. Yeah, Whiskey just blew the band up in Ireland and the UK. It didn't make any waves whatsoever in the States, but it did over there. And I think it was their manager that kind of pointed them in the right direction on doing that.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah,
Yep, it was.
The story I've heard is that they were just pissing around in the studio, jamming on it, and I think probably the manager was like, "Hey, what's that?" And they're like, "We're just messing around with an old like Irish song." And he was the one that really pushed them to actually finish a version and press it. Like, I don't think the band wanted to. I think like the band were actually a little bit pissed off about it at the time. Like I've seen interviews with Erik Berg where he's like, we're writing all this stuff and we do this as kind of a send up of the song that like, the Dubliners are doing a version with like fiddles and accordions, and it's just like, so Irish people, it's just like folk music.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
found a bit of
this will get brought up again too. You're absolutely right, Tom. This will get brought up again on Jailbreak album. The management had some pretty good insight.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but as far as Shades goes, like I listened to it like twice, and I will probably never listen to it again. I don't think it's very good.
Shades.
Yeah, this album,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Let's go to Vagabonds.
Yep. Well, hang on. Let us do a little bit. I know you're getting excited. I'm trying to keep a. I won't do every track because I tend to do every track, but if I do every track, we'll be here all night. But I will pull out highlights. But Erik, how about you? Some highlights?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say on this album. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it almost sounds kind of less developed in a way than the first album, which is kind of strange. And yeah, it's like it's a weird thing because I was just listening to it earlier today too, and I was thinking there's a lot of good elements here, and like there's great riffs, there's cool psychedelic parts, there's great musicianship and whatever. On paper, it sounds like it would be a good album, but it just doesn't quite come together to make something good. I mean, it's not bad, but again, yeah, like you guys, it's my least favorite for sure. A couple of songs, I kind of like the first song and the last song the best. The Rise and Dear Demise of the Funky Nomadic Tribes, kind of an interesting song title. Weird structure in that one. It starts and ends with drum solos, which is like kind of weird. I'm not really a huge fan of drum solos on studio albums, to be honest, but it's interesting. That one has a pretty cool riff in the first part, but it is kind of long too. It's like more than 7 minutes. Shades of a Blue Orphanage is the last song, kind of a melancholic ballad. Lots of mellotron in that one, and kind of a memorable chorus in that one, but it's also kind of a little longer than it needs to be, like the other one. And yeah, I don't know. None of the other songs really grabbed me much, to be honest. I did find a bit of info here. Yeah. Whiskey in the Jar stayed at the top of the Irish charts for 17 weeks.
There we go.
British release stayed in the top 30 for 12 weeks, peaking at number 6 in 1973. So yeah, it did,
which is pretty big.
Well.
You're right, Tom. So that's pretty damn big. It wasn't on their bio page on Wikipedia for Orphanage. It's kind of weird.
Must have been written by an American.
Had to been. All right, real quick for me, I'll throw some notes in here quick. I'm with you, Erik. It sounds less cohesive than the first album. I think the recording's a little better, but I just think it's kind of all over the place. A clear sign of that is the Rise and Dear Demise, man. It's just everywhere, man. It's 1 minute it's a super Hendrixy jam. The next it's kind of like an almost free improv thing, which Downey does go off on this track, and he's amazing on it. He's fantastic. And he even has a little bit of a weird proggy sort of vibey section to it there in the middle, but not a great start to the album. The second track, Buffalo Girl or Gal, is really kind of cool. That Buffalo. It's kind of weird. You're like hearing it at first, you're like, this is annoying. But once you hear the track a couple times, you're like, oh, all right, it kind of clicks into place. And I kind of like that. I think it kind of becomes a standout track for me. I love Phil's voice on this. Some really cool soloing on it. Really great ending. I don't want to forget, man. I just want to forget that song. It's terrible. That's the Elvis song where he's sounding like he's trying to sing like Elvis. It's like, dude, don't do that, man. Sarah, we should note this is the first of two Sarahs. There's a later Sarah. This is a nice piano ballad. It's kind of vulnerable, but it's kind of a non-event for me. Brought Down is the killer track on here, man. It's got that multi-part harmony vocals and the kind of folky rock track bed that's really killer, man. That's a highlight for me. Babyface is pretty solid. Chatting Today, that Spanish sort of thing going on, is pretty cool. Call the Police, not a great song, but that opening riff is really badass. I just get into that opening riff. For some reason, it kind of sucks me in. Shades is kind of a soulful thing. It's a ballad. It's okay. It's not great. But then you get into the bonus stuff, and Black Boys on the Corner, Craig. I'm with you, man. That's a ripper, man. That has that single line notes that you become accustomed to with them, trilling those notes and kind of those melody notes out. Killer track. And then there's a song in here called Suicide, which ended up on Fighting later. It was actually called Baby's Been Messing, that they were playing with Bell and developing. It got developed much further on Fighting then. So this one has a few moments, but it's absolutely my least favorite. We'll do a quick ranking at the end, but I'll tell you right now, it sounds like we all are kind of we have solidarity on this one. It's probably our least favorite. So, all right, Vagabonds. Craig, you got this one then?
Quick footnote. Sarah is a song for his grandmother who raised him. Yeah.
And then his daughter's name is Sarah then.
Yeah, that he named his daughter after his grandmother. Yeah.
All right, so we got Vagabonds of the Western World. Comes out September 21st, 1973. Recorded April through July 73 at Air Studios. The famous, I love the artwork on this one. And also Decca. Came out on Decca and London in the U.S. and Canada. Again, it's Phil Lynott and Nick Tauber now producing. So go ahead, man.
Yeah, Jim. We have our first Jim Fitzpatrick artwork.
Killer.
Fantastic album.
Yep.
Best of the Mach 1, in my opinion.
Yep.
Mama Nature Said comes out of the gate really strong. Mama Nature Said, and the band's just really like, the production value goes up on this album. The songwriting goes up on this album. There's not as much jammy stuff. The songs are more structured.
Yep.
And it's fantastic. I love the opening track, Hero and the Madman. That's really cool. That one part where Kid Jensen narrates that thing, it gets kind of very trippy, Go higher.
That's the only part of the song I could do without. That narration is kind of like cheese, right? It's cheese.
It's a little silly, but Phil's getting these things he's trying to portray from like reading books and trying to paint a picture, and I think that's just kind of what he saw. Slow blues, very Eric Bell type track, great song. And then you got the rocker, which is sort of like proto punk, man. I mean, it's kicking. It's like, it's tough, man. Got a motorcycle outside, want to try it out. He's Mr. Tough Guy, man. What a great track. Vagabonds of the Western World shows a little bit of Irish influence. And the flawless Little Girl in Bloom. I mean, he paints a picture with that tune, man. I mean, a girl that has gotten pregnant in Catholic Ireland, that what do you do? Where do you go? And Madonna would have a song much, much, much later. What was it? The song Papa Don't Preach or something, where the girl has the unwed young girl has a baby. I always think that maybe she got inspired by Little Girl in Bloom somehow. I don't know if she listens to Thin Lizzy or not, but and then we have Continue on Side 2, Gonna Creep Up on You. I think maybe that could be my least favorite track out of it, but I mean, it's good. I like it. It rocks. It's a great tune. And then A Song for While I'm Away. It ends just perfectly with a nice slow song, and the lyrics on that, again, Phil just paints a picture. I mean, lyrically, he just he reveals all his emotion. I mean, he's the hopeless romantic, he's the tough guy, he's the rocker, and he just gives you. He's the poet, he's the mystic, he's everything. He gives you everything, and it's just it shows on this album. I'm really fond of this album.
Yeah, and he's very vulnerable with his lyrics. I mean, they're very personal, and I think a lot back then, it was always, keep your stuff close to vest in terms of like a guy showing his feelings, but he was always kind of like very emotive with everything from his lyrical approach to his vocal approach to his melodic sense. So yeah, like you said, the mystic, the poet, the vulnerable, lovelorn character sort of thing, just really fantastic. And I forgot how good this album is. It really it's a grower of an album. Like you listen to it a couple times and you're like, oh, you pick out the juicy bits, and then you're like, oh wait, that song that I wasn't connecting with me right away is starting to connect now on this second or third listen. So how about you, Tom? What's your thoughts on Vagabonds?
I haven't listened to it a lot of times. I'm not familiar with the material. And I think the rocker is the first thing I heard when listening to these early albums that really sounded like the Thin Lizzy that I know.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it. So you didn't actually listen to this one much? It didn't gravitate or work for you?
No, I mean, I hadn't ever listened to this album before we agreed to do this thing we're doing now. And I listened to it like twice maybe. And yeah, I'm looking at the names of the songs and I can't remember how most of them go.
Like me, I wasn't very fond of it. You're going to learn to love this album later.
I think so. I think you will.
I believe it, but I just don't know anywhere nearly enough to talk about it right now. Other than I think the rocker, like I knew Thin Lizzy from the classic lineup and the albums that we're going to talk about next. Really, that was my introduction to them. And the rocker sounds like the beginning of that, but nothing else on the album did.
I always thought the rocker sounded like a Who song. It's got that Who vibiness. It's got those big ringing chords like like a Pete Townsend would do or something like that. Yeah, I honestly forgot about this one, Craig, and it went way up. Like from my first initial listen to my third listen, I'm like, oh, this is way better than I thought it was. A couple key tracks then I'll get into after Erik goes through his rundown. What you got, Erik?
Yeah, all of these I think actually the first 4 albums, maybe not, but definitely the first 3 I had only heard once before like this last week. And this one I remember listening to and didn't really have much thoughts on it, but coming back to it, it kind of blew me away, to be honest. I really like this album. I like every song on it. They're all great. This is like so much better than the last 2, or especially the last one. But it ranks higher than some of the kind of classic lineup albums for me. Maybe not the classic lineup, but the later albums. And yeah, just the songwriting is a huge step up from the last album, especially. Mama Nature Said, I love the riff in that one. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but how it like kind of jumps down. Oh yeah, it's like ding, 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 ding. It's got that thing where it like jumps back down and kicks back in. Love that riff in that one. Cool, just like driving blues rhythm to it. The Hero and the Madman, yeah, that's the one with the weird kind of. I'm curious to know who did the narration on that. It sounds like an American guy, but maybe one of them was.
I think his name's Kid Jensen. I could be wrong though.
Okay. I was gonna say if it was one of them, they do a pretty good American accent.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a cool song. I like how it has those like kind of psychedelic parts that come in, but it's also kind of funky at the same time. Really good solo from Erik Bell on that one too. Slow blues, kind of mostly what the title says, but it is pretty good, but not one of my favorites on the album. The rocker, this is like definitely the like first hard rock song, straight up hard rock song in their catalog. I can hear a big like the Who influence on this to me anyway, in like the riffing. It sounds like a early 70s Who kind of riff with those big power chords and stuff. It's a really cool song. Vagabond of the Western World, man, this might be my favorite song on the album. It's
100% like, my favorite song.
Yeah, super sick riff.
Love it.
In that one. Kind of those psychedelic sections that come in with the pounding toms and stuff, and those guitar chords that are like washing over everything. Little Girl in Bloom is really cool too, trippy and kind of melancholic. It honestly doesn't really sound like any other song in their entire catalog to me. It's kind of got this weird feeling about it that you don't really get anywhere else. Like even in any other bands that I've listened to either, it's pretty unique. And then a song for While I'm Away. Oh, I missed one, but I forget I missed a song in there, but
Creep on You, gonna creep up on you.
Right, yeah, that's kind of just a straightforward rock song, but it's still good. And then a song for While I'm Away, kind of a subdued ballad, but like just really beautiful, and really cool way to end the album. Yeah, awesome album, honestly. I'm gonna definitely be adding this to my regular Thin Lizzy rotation.
Yeah, this one. By the way, Craig, you're right. It's Kid Jensen. He was a Canadian radio DJ or something like that, disc jockey.
He was the
Canadian.
in the 70s.
Say again. You guys overlapped.
He was the presenter on Top of the Pops in the 70s. He was on British radio a lot.
Okay.
Interesting.
Cool. Yeah, man, I really dig this album. It really kind of grew on me. Mama Nature said, bluesy solid rock. It's not mind-blowing. I like it, but I don't love it as an opening track. But Hero and the Madman, I really love this song. I wish it didn't have the narration. I kind of get it. They were trying to be a little maybe mystical and proggy, and Phil's a storyteller, and it's definitely a story, but it's kind of it interrupts the flow of the song. It's a cool song without that. I wish it wasn't on there. Hey, Nick, what's up, dude? Slow blues, kind of a mundane blues mid-tempo, but you know what it reminds me a lot of? It reminds me a lot of Mistreated by Deep Purple, just not as good. It's kind of in that vein. The Rocker, obviously the big hit for obvious reasons. It's just a kick-ass tune. Like I said, it kind of reminds me a little bit of a Who track. And then Vagabond's definitely my favorite on that. And then he gets in Blue Eyes, baby, 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 Blue Eyes. Such a cool fucking part of that song. That song tells me where Phil is going on his as a compositional writer. He's just getting more and more complex. He's using harmony and melody in different ways than just your standard straight ahead thing. And he's got a lot more complexity to his actual compositional firepower. And that's the song in there. Little Girl in Bloom, man. That's another killer one, man. Wistful Irish ballad, multi-part vocal harmonies on that. Love the guitar work on it. Just love that track. Those two in a row. Killer. Creep Up on You. That's another really good track, man. Just groovy and a little bit gnarly, and Downey does some amazing stick work on that. And then a song for While I'm Away. It's a little bit saccharine, but I kind of like it a little bit. And then the bonus tracks, Cruising in the Lizzy Mobile. Do you guys know that one? That's a badass tune, man. Love that freaking chorus on that thing. Cruising. And then Little Darling, you mentioned that, Craig, man. What a killer track, dude. God,
Gary Moore plays guitar on that.
Banger of a track, man. And then it's pronounced, I see it as Sitamoia, but the way Phil sings it, it sounds like he's saying Shitamoia. So whatever that means,
Gary Moore plays on that track as well.
Right. And, we'll have to talk in the future about doing some Gary Moore stuff, Craig, because, man, one of my absolute heroes on the guitar. Saw him open for Def Leppard in 1983 on the Corridors of Power tour, man. Weird. Them and Crocus and Def Leppard, man. And Gary Moore just wasted the place with The End of the World, I think. Is that the track where he goes off?
I think so. It's been a long time since I played Corridors, but yeah, I saw him open up for Rush on his Victims of the
Victims.
Yeah, Victims of the Future. That was he
Killer
opened up for Rush on might have been Signals or something. I can't remember. Anyway, we can go down there. We'll stop right there.
Yep. So to me, this is the best Lizzy Mark I. Compositions are leveled way up huge. Phil's become a force as a songwriter. Bell decides he has to bail out due to exhaustion, stress, and I'm sensing from things I saw in the documentary that Tom so thankfully pointed out to us. I did watch the one. I didn't get to the second one, but I did get the first one in, and the one that was done like 3 or 4 years ago. And man, really, really good. Well done. And apparently, I think everybody was partying a lot, and sounded to me like there might have been maybe some substance concerns there, which happens. He was replaced briefly by Gary Moore for the first, but not the last time. Gary kind of comes and makes a few appearances here. And by far, this is the best produced. This one always reminds me it's much better than I recalled, and I'm giving it an 8 out of 10. It might even be a little higher than that, but you drop out slow blues maybe and get rid of the narration and Madman. It'd be a really fucking killer album. So, all right, so we've got Nightlife. Tom, you have this one, don't you?
I do not know. The first one I've got
okay.
is Jailbreak.
All right, Craig's got it. My go-to guy here. I love the artwork too, man. It's Fitzpatrick, right?
Yeah, Jim Fitzpatrick. This will be his second album that Jim did. Jim was close friends with Phil, and they hung out in the pubs talking about poetry and literature and rock and roll and all the other stuff. And so this will be 1974, and this is going to be the first album of the classic lineup with Scott Gorham, Brian Robertson, and Phil and Brian Downey. And this album was produced by Ron Nevison. I think it was one of his first albums that he produced. Ron Nevison did a lot of bands. He'd go on to produce UFO, The Babies, Heart. And I think Thin Lizzy is coming in with a dual guitar thing. The harmonies don't really show up just yet. There's a little bit of it. We're touching on it a little bit, but they're rocking. But they're dealing with Ron Nevison here, and he's just sort of like, I think he's trying to make something not as hard rock as that they want, and I think the band, like any band does, when they go in the studio, especially in the early career, it's hard to capture your live sound on the tape. You're trying to figure out what to do and what amp to use, how it all works. And they entrusted Ron Nevison, but I think that, however, Ron Nevison's a fantastic producer and does amazing stuff. I think that just didn't, maybe it wasn't the right fit. But anyway, maybe it was. I'm not sure. But if I was just to kind of start talking first about it, and go through the tracks, it's got She Knows, and
so good.
Yeah, and that's Scott. That's one of Scott's first licks that he brought to the band, and ended up being the first song on the first album he plays on. And it goes on. It's kind of a long song, There's parts, I'm critiquing Lizzy. I mean, it's all just amazing. But here we are, like going, the song could have been a little bit shorter. But then they do Nightlife, and I think there's like when I say She Knows, it seems like in the middle of it there's like a tape change, a speed change on it. Listen to that, Tom.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah, towards the end there.
Trippy thing, man. And Nightlife, how's the line go? Nightlife ain't no good life, but it's my life. And that's a Willie Nelson lyric. And he completely stole that from Willie for the title and the chorus, but I don't think Willie Nelson got any credit whatsoever. And, he was never going to hear this.
Yeah, right.
And then we got It's Only Money, which is a good rocker. It's a great tune. Then we have Still in Love with You. And it's not the Still in Love with You that we know. The first Still in Love with You that I heard first is off Live and Dangerous. And
yeah,
that song will just bring you to your knees listening to that, the mood of that. And then you come back later and you learn about this album, you listen to Still in Love with You, and you're like, that's not Live and Dangerous.
It's a little neutered. It's a little neutered on the album, yeah.
Yeah, but you have Frankie Miller doing a duet with Phil. And Frankie's a Scottish singer, and what a great singer he is. I mean, amazing voice. and Brian Robertson knew him. They were friends, both being Scottish. And Brian had said that Frankie's his favorite singer, probably to jab Phil a little bit too. But they do a duet on that. And Frankie Miller is kind of Bob Seger's guy. Like Bob Seger's always said, like, yeah, Frankie Miller, man, he did it for me. And but anyway, that's Still in Love with You. Then we have the song Frankie Carroll, kind of a piano, short ballady type thing on last track on side 1. And side 2, we got Showdown, sort of a loungy, track. Background singers on it, women background singers. Then we got Banshee, which is sort of like it's an instrumental. It's got this little kind of Irish country type vibe to it. I like it. I think it's cool. And then again, we have the song Philomena, which is a song that he writes, like for his mother. His mother's name is Philomena. So, he's coming from very strong women, and respects women. And I think he really brings these songs, as a gift to them,
Yeah.
And he sings very Irish in that song, I think, as a salute to his heritage for his mom. It's the one song that you hear where he's singing very much in his, Irish accent. And then Sha La La, which is a good rocker, which would go on to be in sets later. And it ends with Dear Heart, another piano, kind of a ballad song. It's a good album, man. I just think, and we heard Scott say this before. It's like, from the production standpoint and everything, it's like their lounge album, it just has.
I was just going to say it's the lounge album. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's Scott's kind of thing, how he likes to point that out. But, like I said, they were getting their feet wet as a 4-piece. And, out of the Mach 2, probably my least favorite of the Mach 2 lineup, but still, I revisit it a lot and listen to it. And it's a Thin Lizzy album.
Cool. Tom, what you got on this one?
I like Showdown. I think that's a cool song. It's very clean, very lounge, very soulful, kind of groovy. It's definitely got a mood. And the other songs that I really like from this record, there are better versions that I listen to on Live and Dangerous.
So you're going to talk about Live and Dangerous for like an hour then? Is that what you're saying? When we get to that album, you'll just talk about that all night?
Well, I could. I won't, but I could.
By the way, I don't own that, actually. Does anybody have it? I was looking the other day. There's an 8 CD box set that just came out. I think late last year or early this year. And it's like 8 different shows from that tour. Which, by the way, we should mention. Well, no, we'll wait till we get there. I have a little note on that that's kind of interesting.
I do have this random thing, which is the UK Tour 75 CD. There's quite a few songs from Vagabonds and Nightlife and Fighting as well on here. And I don't know.
How is that one?
I feel a lot of the time with Lizzy, especially in this earlier period, that I'm much happier listening to like live recordings of the band in the studio. I think in the studio a lot of time they were probably just very high and on a deadline and they let shit slide. Definitely on the earlier albums. This one not so much. It's well put together. But there's not a single song I like on here that I haven't heard a better live version of. Like I was just looking at a random live version of Showdown on YouTube yesterday and it was just like a completely different thing. Just so much more energy. Like it had fire.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, Lizzy as a live band were pretty ferocious, man. And I mean, Craig, when did you say you saw them again? 70 when?
80? I saw them in 79 and 80.
79.
Well, yeah, that's the only 2 times I saw them. Yeah, they never came back to the States after 80.
Was that Snowy on both of those?
Yeah,
no, 79.
It was Gary was 79. That was Black Rose.
Rose, yeah.
And 80 was Snowy with Chinatown.
Were they opening for someone, Craig, or was it them headlining?
Chinatown tour?
Yeah.
The Chinatown show?
Yeah, they were headlining.
They were headlining.
No, when you saw them with Gary.
That was Dan the Green. That was Journey.
Right.
That was Nazareth, Thin Lizzy, UFO. The Rockets opened up, I think.
Was
Fuck,
Priest
I've
on that
just-
one?
No, I think it was like the Rockets, Nazareth, UFO, Jay Giles,
Journey.
the Thin Lizzy Journey, something like that.
Wow. What a freaking show, man. Like,
I've just found the set list from that show, and god damn, I want to kill you, Craig.
what is
You
it?
what?
I've just found the set list from that show, and I think I might want to kill you.
Yeah.
What is
I
it?
mean,
Go ahead, read it off quick.
I don't remember it profusely, but
The
hey,
set
Gary
list
left.
is-
He walked away from after that show. He left, man.
Yeah, he left. He walked right
That
after
was the
that
last
show.
one.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
they played-
Tom. What's the set list?
They played Are You Ready? Don't Believe a Word, Cowboy Song, Do Anything You Want to, Emerald, Black Rose, The Boys Are Back in Town, Waiting for an Alibi, Still in Love with You, and Jailbreak.
Wow. Oh, man. We all bowed down to you, Craig, even though you don't remember it because it was like 9 million years ago. I get that, man.
I wasn't even hip to that. I think I'd heard Waiting for the Alibi. That was the only tune I ever heard off that album at that point, and I wasn't even hip to that whole album now.
All right, Erik, what you got on Nightlife?
Yeah, I really like this one too. It definitely is pretty like
Laid back.
soft, kind of laid back. Yeah, in that documentary you were talking about, Scott was talking about how basically, the producer was just like, "Oh, turn down your guitar a little bit," and he turned it down, and turn it down a little bit more. Oh, maybe a little bit more, and they're just like, okay, well. So yeah, they weren't super happy with how it turned out, but I think it's still a great album. I mean, the songs are just really cool. I probably have to check out some more live stuff, to be honest, because I haven't heard live versions of a lot of these songs very, very many times anyway. But She Knows has a really cool riff in that one. Really cool opener. It's Only Money. That's a heavy, funky one with a great riff. Still in Love with You, man, that's just like a beautiful ballad, and that solo in there from Gary Moore is just like great. Showdown, I really like Showdown too. Kind of funky, but those like female backing vocals give it like a total soul kind of feel. Really memorable chorus though, and I like the outro where the drums go like double time, and those kind of that Latin kind of percussion comes in. That's pretty cool. Banshee, that's a cool little instrumental one. I kind of wish it was longer. It's like
I do
2
too.
minutes.
Yep. It's kind of like Emerald Part 1, but just truncated.
Yeah. Philomena, like Craig said, this one is the one time when you really hear Phil's Irish accent coming out, which is cool to hear him sing like that because you don't get too often. That's a great song too. Kind of some folky sounding melodies in that one as well. Sha-la-la. You wouldn't expect a hard rock song from that title, but this one rips. Great riff in that one. The drums really propel it, and some awesome drum fills towards the end of that one. And then Dear Heart, another ballad, lots of strings and keyboards on that one, but just super majestic and a good closer. I like this album a lot.
Cool. All right, a couple quick notes on it real quick. Came out November 8th, 74. Recorded April and September of 74. Worthing, Trident, and Olympic Studios, out on label Vertigo and Mercury Canada only. And Ron Nevison, we kind of talked about, like you said, Craig, great producer. You're talking stuff like Heart, the 1985 Heart album that was massive. You got Survivor, Starship. You got the Babies, Head First, killer album, by the way. UFO, Lights Out. But this appears to be the first album he was actually the producer on. I'm not sure where, he's obviously probably an engineer at one point, and some label gave him a shot to be a producer. And I like the production on this album. I think it's really well produced. It sounds very balanced and really is a really good sounding album. But it does feel a little neutered compared to where we're going to go on the next 3, 4, 5 albums. It's not as heavy overall. But And as you said, we've got the twin guitar Mark II here of Scott Gorham and Brian Robertson. Cool little story in that documentary that I think you sent me, Tom, was the story about how Gorham was over in England with his sister, I think, her sister and brother-in-law or something like that. He was about ready to leave England, literally like within a day or three, and somehow got turned on to Phil, or going down to this, audition, I guess it was, sort of kind of walked in, started talking to Phil. Didn't even know, I don't even know that he knew that was the guy. Phil was the guy. Maybe he did. I'm sure he did. But long story short, Phil, they jammed one quick time and he's like, that's it, you're in, pretty much. And I think Gorham doesn't get a lot of credit, because I think when you listen to the Gorham Robbo, they did a lot of tandem leads, but I think Robbo was always kind of considered the more flashy player. I don't know. Would you agree with that, guys? Craig?
I think that Robbo kind of was flashy with the leads, but but Scott does this. Scott gives you this.
Yeah, the wide berth.
Robbo,
right?
He's still amazing. They're together. They're like, they're
Great.
they're like denim and leather, man. They're made to go together. But but yeah, I think Scott gives you a lot.
Yep. Weird thing, and I did not know this, and this is from Wikipedia, so take this of what you will. But the Black Panther on the album cover, a lot of people thought initially that it was to represent Phil, but in essence, let me pull that up. But in essence, Fitzpatrick said that it was more in reference to the Black Panthers. So we're talking 1974. Which seems a little late for that, but maybe that was still a pretty big movement. I don't remember. I was only 7 or 8 at that point in time, so I wouldn't have really been that conscious of it. I don't remember it. But
we got to remember, everything comes, if they got that from the States, everything comes later over to England, and everything certainly comes later to Ireland.
That's true. Good point. Yeah. And I don't know, did you guys know that Sade covered Still in Love with You? I didn't know that. Yeah, and I love Sade. I love her to death, but I don't remember her doing this one.
You should go listen to it.
I probably have it on her greatest hits or something. And I just didn't even realize it. Real quick on the songs, fast here. Yeah, she knows. What else do I have to say? It's brilliant. It's almost got an almost kind of a country vibe in a weird sort of way, folky country, but it's just that. It's got a little bit of a Zeppelin, sort of a Zeppelin 3 kind of vibe to it. Nightlife, loungy, jazzy, bluesy. I really like that song. I think it's really cool. Still in Love with You, the monster ballad, but like you said, it's very different than the live versions where they start to just explode. Kind of like when you hear Parisian Walkways and you hear the live version versus the studio version. They're both incredible, but the live version with Gary going insane on it and Phil just so emotive. Same deal with this. And Frankie Miller, who I believe is the guy that Robbo got into a fight with some dude protecting at a bar or something like that, right? Later on. And he fucked his hand up really bad or something, couldn't play. So that guy. Showdown, man. Again, it's a monster hit. Gonna be a little showdown. So damn good, man. The female singers in the background, awesome. Banshee, like you, I wish it was longer, man. It seems to me like it's the precursor to Emerald to a degree. And Philomena, dedicated to his mom, really great. The other sleeper track on here that I really dig is Sha La La. It's just got some wicked riffing on it. Robbo's just playing crazy good on it. And you hear that really, really quintessential Lizzy sound on that track, I think, a lot. Dear Heart's nice track. I give it an 8.25. I really like the album. It's pretty decently high in my ranking at the end here. So, all right, we're up to Fighting here from September 12th, 1975, recorded May of 75 at Olympic Studios in London, out on Vertigo and Mercury. And this time, Phil produces himself. There we go. Fighting my way back. Let's hear it, Craig. What you got?
All right. We have Fighting here. Now, Nightlife had the Thin Lizzy logo on the back. This is the first album to have the Thin Lizzy logo on the front.
You got Phil Gorham's autograph on that.
Yeah, it's signed on the front and the back. because I'm just that into it.
You are that cool, man. Now, who signed that?
Scott.
Scott. Okay.
Badass.
Okay, I'm gonna go through it and just give I'll try not to spend too much time because we all want to.
Go ahead, man. Do what you need to do.
About. So we got opens up with Rosalia, Bob Seger cover, yeah, it's great track. It's a rocker. It would be in shows probably up until about 78. Probably up until about 80 here and there, actually. For Those Who Love to Live is the second track on it. That's sort of a song. It's sort of like a homage to Georgie Best from Manchester United. So that's Phil's team, Manchester United. And Georgie Best was a wild man, to say the least. Like to party, like to kick a ball. And then you have Suicide, which would be in live albums. And you have Wild One, which fantastic song. Probably pound for pound my favorite track off this album, Wild One. And then you have Fighting My Way Back, which is a rocker. This is when harmonies come in. This is when there's dual harmonies and all the songs, man. They got to figure out when that tape thing happened. I think that probably was on Nightlife, I want to say. I don't know. Scott didn't mention. But I think they took that and ran with it. And they learned just how to do it. Now, it seems like sometimes they change off who's playing the root and who's doing the harmony. I don't think it's a exact same guy each time. I want to say that. What do you think, Tom? Does Robbo do the harmony a lot?
I feel like he probably does.
Yeah. We'll dissect it sometime, you and I. We'll do a little right channel.
Need to study it with a good stereo split and a lot of spare time. I could do that. I would enjoy that.
But yeah, a lot of harmony guitars on this album. It's side B starts off The King's Vengeance. Another good mid-tempo hard rocker. Spirit Slips Away. The dreamy sort of ballad on it. Sort of a spooky tune, man, and then Silver Dollars on there. That's Brian Robertson wrote that whole song by himself. And it's got sort of a funky sort of a it's got sort of a I don't know, country-ish kind of rock vibe. And then Freedom Song, my second favorite track on this album. I mean, what a song, man. I mean, it's incredible. And it had the harmonies. The song just starts off like the sound of freedom. You know what I mean? Maybe hence the name. Like when we talked about how these harmonies become such an integral part of the tune, just as important as the lyrics, I really feel that with this song. And then Ballad of Hard Man is just a song, just how it sounds, It's a hard driving track. Ian McLaughlin from the Small Faces is credited for playing piano on 2 tracks, on Rosalie and Silver Dollar. Yet you can't hear the piano. I mean, and it's Ian McLaughlin. If Ian McLaughlin plays on your album, you turn up the piano, right? But I think it was just like, someone just decided to get him in. And they played it, and they're like, doesn't sound as rocking with that piano. Just turn it down, They're young, and they're like, ditch the piano. But I tripped off that, how such an amazing keyboard guy ended up playing 2 tracks on this album, and you don't really hear the track. But anyway, that's my take on it.
Cool,
I think it's a fantastic album, man. I think this is when they put the album out that they wanted to put out, I think, with the Mach 2 lineup. And it's great. And it's produced by Phil Lynott.
It's fully realized that the Lizzy sound has become crystallized on this album right here, I believe.
Yeah.
And you got, man, like you talk about King's Vengeance. I mean, every song on this album is just chock full of those guitar lines, those guitar multi-part harmonies. I mean, you just got stuff like that on King's Vengeance where they're playing those. It's just so freaking good, man. What do you got, Tom?
Not an album I'm super familiar with. It's not one I own. So I was listening to it really for the first time over the last couple of weeks, like much of these other really early ones. I like the songs Rosalie, Suicide, and Wild One a lot. But yeah, I'm looking at these song titles and I can't honestly remember how a lot of them go again. I'm sorry, I keep saying this. It'll change when we get to the albums that I actually own.
Okay. Apparently, Craig, we got to get a GoFundMe together for Tom. We got to get all these albums sent over to him right away. In fact, right now,
I probably have doubles of these albums, so we'll
I'll find them. But yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like the song my favorite version of Suicide is actually from the One Night Only live album of 2000, like the John Sykes lineup. He does a fucking insane version of that on that album.
Yeah,
here's a little earworm for you. 334 of Suicide. Tell me that Robbo or Gorham, one of those two guys, doesn't play the outro solo riff to Money from Pink Floyd. The down, 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 down. That part right there. So listen to three.
Here's the funny thing. It's exactly the same chords as the solo from Money. I actually did an Instagram video a few years ago where I played the Money solo over this.
Yep. That's right. I'm listening. I'm like, that's fucking Money from Floyd right there. I'm like, wow, I never heard that until the other night. I'm like, so there you go.
Tom, do me a favor. Listen to Wild One and Freedom Song.
Wild One.
I like Wild One, but I can't remember how Freedom Song goes, so I definitely need to listen to that again.
Wild One is a top 3 Lizzy track for me, without question.
It's about his mum as well, right?
What's that?
It's about his mum as well.
Is it? That I don't know. Is it? Probably.
I believe
Could
so.
be. I don't know. Maybe we're learning something. Yeah.
Yeah, it would make sense that it probably was because she was pretty bohemian, whatnot. So, all right, Erik, what you got on Fighting?
Oh man, this is just, I mean, such an amazing album. This is one of the ones that back in the day when I was getting into these guys just like blew me away. I don't own it yet, unfortunately, but I hopefully will very soon. I might have to buy it like today. Anyway, these next few albums I didn't take any notes on, but yeah, this is like you guys were saying, like this is where the harmonies just come in full force, and every song here has just great, memorable melodies. Rosalie, I didn't know that was a Bob Seger cover until like a month ago, probably. It sounded like a Thin Lizzy song. They do such a good version of it. I don't think Bob Seger ever recorded it. Did it? He didn't do a studio version of it. I think he played it live times.
I played live, yeah.
Yeah. For Those Who Love to Live is another great one. Suicide, it's got that cool, like really, heavy riff. Man, Wild One is just, like probably top 5 Thin Lizzy songs for me. Just like so good. Those leads that come in and the drums too, like how that drum fill again. I talked about a song earlier where it holds on a little bit longer than you think it's going to, but when it really smashes back in, it's just so rewarding. That's like one of my favorite songs of all time, pretty much. Fighting My Way Back is another cool hard rock one. King's Vengeance just has so many great melodies and like just so many great little leads thrown in all over the place in that one. Spirit Slips Away, it's got that kind of spooky vibe to it almost, but it's got that heavy riff that comes in too, and slow, kind of like not quite doomy, but sort of ominous. Silver Dollar is just a really fun, upbeat, kind of bouncy one. Freedom Song, another great one, like Craig said. Yeah, those leads in there too. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm repeating myself on a lot of these songs, but they're all so great. I was talking to my buddy like yesterday too. It's hard to like find things to say about this music because it's just like it's so amazing. I don't know. I have
It's
trouble
so
trying
good,
to
and
sum it up
it's
with words.
like you said, it's so good, and then you find yourself repeating the same accolades, and you're
Yeah,
using the same adjectives to
but
explain it because it's so good.
yeah.
All
And yeah,
right, I
Ballad of a
gotta.
Hard Man. I think
Sorry.
Scott Gorham wrote that one, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, that one's super like heavy. Yeah, just I mean, fantastic album. And probably the first like amazing Thin Lizzy album for me anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Real quick notes on from me, real fast. Just checking to see if there was anything in here that was. I don't know if you guys know John Norum from Europe.
Yeah, he covered Wild One.
He covered Wild One and another one of probably my favorite Lizzy track, Opium Trail, which is coming up on Bad Reputation. Really huge Lizzy fanatic, man. I mean, and he does them well. He's got a Phil vibe to his voice, man. But yeah, just wanted to note that. Martin Popoff says Fighting is a soulful, stirring hard rock classic where Robertson and Gorham's fluid guitar harmonies become an integral part of the Lizzy sound, woven into the very fabric of the arrangements. The tales of outlaws and outcasts reach a fairly grandiose, history encompassing tragic scale. And you know what? I hate to say this, and this is terrible because I'm a big Bob Seger fan, but I did not realize that was a Bob Seger song either. So I started looking at it. It just sounds so Lizzy. It's like such a Lizzy song. Banger of an opening track. For those who love to live, man, what a beast of a track, man. All kinds of twists and turns melodically. The twin guitars go off on this. Highlight of the album for me is that song, other than Wild One, obviously. Suicide, we just talked about. It's kind of like a weird pastiche. It's not Money, by the way. It doesn't sound like Money, but if you're a guitar player and you're listening and you're hearing the melodies, you'll pick up on the chordal progressions, but more on the solos, man. It's like so weird when that struck. I'm like, damn. You know, I'm one of those guys that's always like, what's that sound like to me? Like, for some reason, I just do that. Synesthesia, whatever that's colors. But anyway, Wild One, man, hands down, one of the most beautiful, heartbreaking songs ever. End of story. It's just an amazing track. Those guitars, and just the way Phil sings it, man. It's a tearjerker almost in a weird way. It's just such a beautiful song. Fighting my way back. You know, just so cool. Slinky, you got that 70s bow chicka wow wow sort of, you know, fucking, you know, that cool guitar thing that's going on with the wah wah in the background. The verses are, man, just such a killer tune. King's Vengeance, that's another monster. Kind of in the She Knows sort of vibe. It's got a little bit of the She Knows kind of thing going on with a lot of it's acoustic, a lot of jangly chords in there. Upbeat chorus. Reminds me a little bit of Pinball Wizard, weirdly. Spirit, I don't know about this one, man. I don't know why I was doing this. It just happened to me a lot, but I freaking think that Joe Elliott was listening to that song, or Joe Elliott and Steve Clark, because it's kind of switch 625-ish at the beginning, isn't it? Da-na-now, da-na-now. Then it changes on the last line. But
good point.
Anyway.
Never thought of that. Good point.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to do it because everybody's going to be like, man, this guy just wants to compare him to somebody else. But no, it's like they did it first, and maybe Joe subconsciously.
It's all one big song. It's all one big song, man.
We all steal it, right? We all steal bits, right? And I will say real quick to give Tom and his band a bit of a pimping here. Spirit Adrift. There's no way Nate isn't a Thin Lizzy fan, right? Am I wrong about that, or would he be like, no, man, they're not an influence? Because I think they are.
Yeah, he definitely likes Thin Lizzy. He he covered "Waiting for an Alibi" on the covers EP that came out last year.
And you hear a lot of the guitar harmonies that you guys are doing, well, that he was doing previously, and then just a lot of those twin traveling guitar melodies that kind of pair up together in those harmonies. Freedom Song, really, really good. Love those melody lines, man. So damn sweet. It does feel kind of a little bit like an Almonds track to me, though. It just has a Allman Brothers jammy not Melissa. What's the other
Blue
one?
Sky. Blue Sky.
A little bit of Blue Sky, but what's the other really?
In memory of Elizabeth Reed.
Jessica.
Oh.
It's got that little vibiness of Jessica, the upbeatness of it. Bout of a Hard Man. That's a nasty rocker, man. It's got a creeping sort of feel to it, like it's creeping up on you, the rhythm and everything. Great heavy finish. Robbo and Gorham go full off on this, man. It is the quintessential template for the way forward on the next couple of albums. That's an 8.75 out of me for me. So all right, we got March of 26th of 76. Craig, we got Jailbreak, where you and I basically came into the band. Recorded December 75 through February 76 at Rampart Studios in London. Vertigo and Mercury. Mercury was U.S. only. And now we've got John Alcock. I've never heard of that guy before, but apparently he's a pretty big producer.
Yeah, British guy. He would produce this album and their next album as well. Yeah, we come out of the gate with Jailbreak, man. I mean, it's this album's a classic. It's a masterpiece, I think. The band's just firing on all cylinders. They're building off fighting, and they're trying to get some pop tunes. And here the label is again, like, after the Rush scenario, fighting was sort of like their Caresses of Steel, where, hey, we better come up with a hit album here now that they're on Vertigo Mercury, and or go home type of thing. And so I think the band was conscious of that. I think that the length of the songs they're conscious of, and the songwriting. So Jailbreak, I mean, come on, what else can you say? It's just a rocker. And then you have Angel from the Coast. Yeah, it's kind of like this cool mid-tempo groovy thing. And then you got Running Back, which is sort of like a happy tune. So, dun, 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 ba, dun, dun, dun. I come running back to you again, which was supposed to be, the label wanted that to be the single. Okay, that's what they heard. We hear Running Back as your single. And then
quick question on that one, Craig. Running Back, apparently that was Robbo was pretty involved in writing that one, but he didn't like the way that they added the sax and kind of the piano and stuff like that. I don't think I could. I wish I heard the original demo of it. I don't know if that's out there. I'm sure it is. But I don't hear that song without the sax in it for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, probably. So that's probably why they wanted it in there. It just sounded kind of poppy, something different than what the band. Then again, they'd put it out and they'd misrepresent the band, probably. Romeo and the Lonely Girl, great, sort of romantic lyric thing happening on with Phil on that. And then Warriors, you got your Warriors, your heavy tune, which is like, as he says live, this one's for all the Warriors, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, and Duane Allman, So it's about the fallen warriors of rock and roll, And then the opening track on side 2 is Boys Are Back in Town, which, took America by storm. Took America by storm, broke the band. And that was the tune where, they're playing all the tracks, and the management was like, well, I hear the Boys Are Back in Town as the single. And of course, that was probably the last one that they kind of wrapped up. And that just took them to new heights. And then Fight or Fall, got a mid-tempo, kind of a slow song, mid-tempo. Yeah. Brothers, here I stand, and it's about, he's really expressing his, his black roots, man, in this, and then it goes in that brother, what you want, it gets in the middle of that. I mean,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's cool, man. It's just, I love that tune, man. And then you have Cowboy Song, which was another hit, probably the third hit off this album for the band, Jailbreak, Boys and Cowboy. and then you have the hard hitting Emerald. It closes with Emerald,
Wow.
and it just smacks you in the face, man.
Smokes.
And with the twin guitars and the Irish sounding guitars, you know, diddle-in, diddle-in, diddle-in. I mean, that's like Irish music, man. And Phil is just so proud of his Irish roots, man. And just once, I mean, you know, he gets that from hearing folk music growing up and adapting that into rock. And the dual solos on that, it's fantastic. I once saw Def Leppard do that at Soundcheck, Emerald without Josie, and they just did it instrumentally. And they got to the part where they went diddle-in, 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 and they kind of flubbed it, and then they stopped. It was on their first tour, Leopard's first tour. I saw them.
Really?
They played Emerald for Soundcheck, and they did Riff Raff from AC/DC for Soundcheck. Anyway,
Nice.
I'm going down a different path. But anyhow, man, you know, this was the Thin Lizzy album that got me into Thin Lizzy by hearing those hits off the radio. And yeah, I mean, it's just a perfect album.
All right.
Those are my thoughts.
Let's see here. Tom, are we up to an album that you own?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Got some thoughts?
Yeah. Like Craig said, when Jailbreak, Boys Are Back in Town, Cowboy Song, and Emerald are 4 of their best songs. For that reason, like we're only talking about the studio discography, this is right up at the top for me. But I think the studio versions of all 4 of these songs are inferior to the versions on Live and Dangerous. I think the album's good, but I think it sounds pretty stiff. And I know they sounded better live. It's a song I'm going to keep saying over and over again, but I don't think those are definitive versions of any of the songs, like of those 4 big songs. And the others I'm not as familiar with because I haven't listened to them as much. But certainly of the studio albums, I think this is the strongest one we've got to so far, easily.
Which one?
This one. I'm
sorry?
saying of the studio albums we've talked about so far, this is the strongest.
So far, yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
You know, the band, they're trying to, it's hard for them, they're a live band, and they're trying to, well, I think, you know, also it's hard when you first listen to live, you probably heard Live and Dangerous first, maybe, and then you went to Jailbreak, just as so many people listen to Strangers in the Night, UFO, and if you go listen to a song like Shoot Shoot from Strangers in the Night, and then you go back and you listen to this stiff production on the Force It album or something, you know, it's hard, but, you know, one, you know, can evolve from the other, like this, the live evolves from the studio, and most of these bands we're talking about are just, they're live bands trying to make stuff happen in the studio, you know.
Oh, absolutely. And it's funny you say UFO because that's exactly how I feel about them. Like, I'll put on Strangers in the Night before I'll listen to any of their studio albums.
Yeah.
So,
You know, I think it should be pointed out, though, that the 70s was kind of the era of the live album, right? I mean, you got Live and Dangerous, you got Bursting Out, you got Strangers in the Night, you got All the World's a Stage, you got Frampton Comes Alive. These classic just statements, right? Now, a lot of them weren't fully live. Unleashed in the East, right? I'm looking at you. But, I mean, they were, for a lot of us, particularly you and I, Craig, I would imagine. I mean, I remember just drilling down constantly on All the World's a Stage.
Frank Marino
live, dude. We got to talk about Frank Marino at the end, you and I privately, because I got to talk to you about that. I got to speak to him for 2 hours back in April. Coolest fucking day of my life. But anyway, that album was mind-blowing, even though a lot of it was a mixture of a lot of different performances. But
Derringer Live. Yeah, the live album, yeah.
Yeah, the live album era. And Tom's completely right, man. When you hear those live albums, it's hard to disassociate those performances from the studio tracks, right? So if you hear that first, or that's one of the first things that you're kind of associated with, you're like, man, these things kind of sound a little bit neutered or sterile. But so I fully get it, Tom. I completely get where you're coming from, especially with an album like Live and Dangerous, which is thought to be one of the probably top 10 best live albums of rock history, right?
I think so, and it's not just like that. It's live. So I think the guitar tones are better on Live and Dangerous as well, like, especially the lead tones. Like if you take
Oh yeah,
the guitar solos in Cowboy Song and the studio version, compare them to any era of the band playing it live, it's just incomparable.
yeah.
That's my preference anyway. I've always been a sucker for live albums.
Yeah.
I don't
See,
think
I'm weirdly, I'm the exact opposite. I like live albums, but I don't hardly own any of them. Not from the old days. I mean, other than maybe Frampton and the Rush stuff and things like. I just don't. I love going to live shows. I love listening to live shows, like being there. But like, I don't usually generally reach for a live album to listen to in my listening experience, which is strange. It sounds like you're kind of the opposite.
Yeah, even from a very early age, I'd like go down to Camden Market and buy like bootleg recorded like cassette tapes of my favorite bands. Like some guy hid in the fucking recorder in a coat jacket or something.
That's
like,
cool.
I was always more interested in hearing that and hearing how the songs were actually performed rather than like how some producer decided they ought to sound.
Hey Brian. I'm sorry, Brian, real quick, man. The interview is on my channel, dude. It's a 2+ hour interview with Frank. Now it's unlike most of my interviews, which are all video, like we're doing here. Frank does not do video interviews, so I had to do a phoner. It's a little. You gotta crank your volume up a little bit to hear him, but I think it's, and I'm not saying this, doing this. Okay, I swear I'm not. I think I've been told it's one of the better interviews that anyone's ever heard with him because I go deep into the albums. I talk to him about Cal Jam and Day on the Green and Texas Jam, and it's just was an amazing experience talking to Frank Marino. It's like mind blowing that a guy that I discovered at 13 years old that really shaped a lot of my playing, that I'm actually talking to that guy. So go check that out, man. Lots of other great interviews on there. This guy right here that's blown up here. I did an interview with him, then a Steely Dan deep dive, and Craig, I'm gonna have to get you on now, man. We're gonna have to have an interview. But yeah, so go check that out. Erik, what you got on Jailbreak quick?
Yeah, I just sent a link for that interview in the chat too, so
cool, thanks.
Where are we? Yeah, this is just first album I heard. I think I always thought this was pretty cool. This like die cut sleeve, although you can't quite see they're kind of like not quite in the center, but still I had to make sure to get a copy that had that because I'm a nerd.
Killer.
But anyway, yeah, amazing album. I mean, Jailbreak and The Boys Are Back in Town. I've heard those songs so many times, but I'm not going to skip them if I put the album on. There's still great songs. I can still listen to Boys Are Back in Town for the 500th time, and I still like it,
Yep.
Angel from the Coast, that's a cool one with those like clean guitars kind of over top of everything, really fast picked, with the wah too. Running Back, man, that's just a fantastic, perfect pop rock song. And like just the diversity on this album is so cool, but they pull everything off perfectly. Romeo and the Lonely Girl, just like one of those choruses that just can get stuck in your head for days at a time. Warriors, yeah, super heavy and just epic. That break where the like kind of chorus vocals come in over the top.
Yeah.
It's just like
it doesn't really have, the thing about Warriors is it doesn't really have like a typical like standout chorus. It's just sort of a breakdown that it just you know what I mean? Like it's not like a Waiting for an Alibi or a Jailbreak or something where the chorus is super obvious.
Yeah. Already talked about The Boys Are Back in Town. Fight or Fall. Yeah, that one is really cool. It's probably the mellowest song on the album, and it kind of wasn't crazy about it at first, but the more I listen to it, the better it gets. It's kind of like, yeah, it's got that like almost kind of soul funk kind of vibe to it a little bit. Not in a musical way, but just the vocals and stuff. Cowboy Song, love that one too. with that cool intro that sort of sets up the whole thing. It really puts you into this. This is one of the great examples of just how Phil can just put you in a place. I was at work yesterday and just like listening to this song, I just was envisioning this Western kind of frontier landscape at night and this cowboy like riding along a trail. It just put me right in there.
Phil Lynott walking in with a 10-gallon hat on and shit kickers on and going, howdy there, y'all.
Yeah. And then Emerald, man.
Like
I said, like that's I think was kind of my gateway to this band from the Mastodon cover. But man, like I'm struggling. I can't remember exactly when Rainbow Rising. Jeff, do you know what
76?
76 it came out? Because they're
76.
both
I don't remember what month. I was thinking October, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so this was first, but I was just trying to think of anything within the like hard rock or metal realm in 76 that was just as developed in like the 80s metal kind of universe as this song. Like this is totally the prototype for Iron Maiden and all that kind of stuff that came along in the next decade. I mean, you could say there's a few moments on Sad Wings of Destiny, which actually I just looked it up, came out 3 days before Jailbreak did.
Did it really? I didn't know that.
Rainbow
Rainbow Rising was May of 76.
So a couple months later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Emerald is just like one of my favorite songs in their catalog for sure. And yeah, just like so ahead of the time. It's just insane.
Cool.
I'll
blast through these quick here. Jailbreak, iconic tune. The middle section down. Anyways, Angel from the Coast sounds like Craig, you'll appreciate this. I'm not sure the other two guys will get this fully, but Angel from the Coast sounds like it could be a theme song from a Starsky and Hutch episode. The 70s Starsky and Hutch, not the Owen Wilson, Ben Stiller Starsky and Hutch Snoop thing. No, the real deal. Antonio Vargas, Huggy Bear. Anyways, running back, we talked a lot about it. Only thing to mention on that, killer leads by Robbo on that, man. So good. Romeo. Oh, poor Romeo. Sitting on his onio. Ah, so good, man. Just earworms, hardcore. Warriors, we talked about snarling hard hitter, about drug addiction, and Fallen Heroes, as you said, Craig. Just a killer breakdown jam on that at the end. Boys are back. We all probably have a list of songs that we just have heard a million times and we never want to hear again. This is not one of those songs. I can listen to this song every single time, start to finish, and never be sick of it. It's a brilliant song. I love the way Phil sings it. I love the lyrics. It's so evocative of a time and place for me, even though I wasn't in the band and wasn't doing that kind of stuff. It's evocative of, me and my guys in our teenage years hanging, doing tunes and stuff. Fight or Fall, mellow, kind of a country sort of vibe, soulful, like you said. Cowboy song. Down. So earwormish, man. And then you got Emerald, man. It's just, you said it was a template for Maiden, and obviously Priest was around before that doing some twin guitar stuff too, like on Victim. But you know what I hear in Emerald, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you guys think I'm crazy here, but I hear this as being sort of a template track for all those Euro power metal bands. They all sound epic, and they have these epic song builds and these only this is way better. No offense. And no offense to any of the power metal bands that are in Europe. I'm just, me, Erik. I'm not a big power metal dude. I like some Halloween, but that's about it. But that's the sound I hear. Obviously, this was the big play for U.S., breaking the U.S., and it did in a way. They went out, in fact, I believe, supporting Rainbow, if I'm not wrong.
They were supposed to go. Well, they toured the UK on this album, and then they toured the States for a while, and then Phil came down with hepatitis. And they're supposed to do support Rainbow on like the second part of the I think American tour, and then they packed up their bags and split. And that was going to be really good because they were going to match up with one band before they were with like a lot of different bands. Could be Aerosmith, could be Slade, could be Kansas, could be Rush, could be whatever. But they're going to be like Rainbow and Thin Lizzy, like two hard bands. So they're going to be able to capture Rainbow's fans. Yeah. And but no, Lizzy had a lot of bad breaks with stuff like that.
They really did. And I mean, I don't know that Phil was using heroin back then, but with
he was not. No,
he was not. Okay.
No.
Okay. Because it's weird that you get hepatitis just out of the blue. It does happen, but I mean, it's usually
he's probably like, drinking. He's probably banging every chick inside. He's probably, doing whatever. So
not taking care of himself. Right.
So he's got they got to split and then head back to England, and Phil uses his time while he's convalescing to that's all done. I'm going to start writing, and he writes a lot, and the band's like, okay, they're writing, and it's like, let's go in the studio, man. And so the result is the next studio album, which is Johnny the Fox. And so you have two albums in 1 year. Both albums came out in 1976.
That's right. And this came out in October of 76. Recorded in August at Rampart Studios, Vertigo Mercury. Again, John Alcock, like you mentioned, producing.
And we have some Jim Fitzpatrick artwork again, man. Like more albums with Jim. The more albums we can get Jim's artwork, the better.
The better.
And this is my favorite of all the Jim Fitzpatrick artwork, and it really is my favorite of all the Jim Fitzpatrick artwork.
Oh, look at that!
Wow.
Is that his autograph at the bottom?
Yeah, he sent this to us, and he only does so many of each album, and
that rules.
Yeah, and then he sent a really nice Pam got it for me for Christmas one time, and he sent her an extra little sketch to her. We met him in 1996. Him and his son, and Jim's a real gentleman, man. And
is he American? He's American, right? I think he lived in.
No. He's like we said earlier. He's from Ireland. He's Irish. Irish as it gets. And him and Phil were buddies growing up. So man. Johnny the Fox. Another album, like I pair these two, like I think of Jailbreak and Johnny the Fox as being sort of like the two that go together in a way. You know what I mean? Same year, same producer. About the same quality of fidelity. The tones get a little bit better, the guitar tones, for sure. And then, but there's like, the song starts off not real single note Ricky thing, which is Johnny. And we all know that Phil's alias is sort of like in a mythical writing way, like he's Johnny, right?
Right.
And then we got Rocky, which is, Rocky, he's a rock and roll star. He's got the talent to take him far. Pretty good song, but not one of my favorites off the album. Borderline, a ballad, amazing song. Borderline's great, man. And then we have Don't Believe a Word, which is the short rocker, was originally written as a more of a slow ballad song. But Brian Robbo goes, no, man, we got to kick this song in the pants. It's got to be a rocker. So Brian persuaded Phil to do it as a quick tune, and it really worked. And then we have Fool's Gold, which is one of my favorite Thin Lizzy songs. It's one of my top.
Oh, yes.
Probably, top 10 Thin Lizzy songs for sure.
Top 5 for me, man.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd say it's close. So I'll go 7 maybe. But kind of about the Irish famine, and it goes all into this sort of mythology sort of thing. Johnny the Fox, got a funky vibe. And then Old Flame is a ballad, a very soft song. Massacre, heavy.
Ah,
That would go on to be on the live album. And Sweet Marie, another slow song. A lot of slow songs on this album. Sweet Marie is a very slow song. Scott Gorham's girlfriend's name was Marie. And so Phil wrote this song with Scott. And Phil tried to portray Scott's feeling towards his girlfriend. And that's Sweet Marie. And then Boogie Woogie Dance is sort of seems like kind of a little bit of a filler, but great album, man. I mean, the songs that are the best ones. They're such good songs.
yeah.
I mean, Johnny's really good. Borderline, amazing. Don't Believe a Word, strong. Fool's Gold. Such a strong song. But I mean, that's without getting into the parts or of the songs or anything like that. Yeah, that's my take on it. I love the album.
Cool. And might also be worth mentioning that the original sessions for this were started, I believe, was it Switzerland they were in, or was it, where did they go initially? I don't have the note on this. Anyways, they weren't happy with the drum sound. They weren't happy with the studio itself. Someone will have to look that up. Maybe Erik, you can do that for me quick. But Lynott was still trying to finish some songs off. They ended up going over to Battersea and to Rampart and Olympic and kind of did what they needed to do in London. But Robertson was saying there was plenty of material left over, but Alcott claims that the album suffered because Lynott needed more time to finish songs. For example, Boogie Woogie Dance. But I mean, I'm with you, and I'll get into it in a sec here, is that the really great songs on this album are fucking incredible. There's 2 or 3 that I'm not as wildly sold on, but this still ranks very high for me because the good songs are just that good. That's kind of how I look at it. I'll get into it more nitty gritty in a minute here. But Tom, what you got on Johnny the Fox?
There are 4 songs on this one that I really like, which are Don't Believe a Word, Fool's Gold, Johnny the Fox, and Massacre. And 3 of those songs all have something in common. They are all on Live and Dangerous.
They're on the live album.
Yeah. I think Massacre is probably my favorite studio recorded song on this one. I think they did a really good job with the studio version on that one. It's still not as good as the Live and Dangerous one, but it's closer to being as good for me compared to I don't know, the Jailbreak songs. It's a really good album. I do like this one a lot, but yeah, I think the problem we've got, which is now should be perfectly clear, is that for me, Live and Dangerous is like a 10 out of 10 album, and
yeah, everything else kind of pales in comparison, apparently.
I don't know. I think Don't Believe a Word's a good example. Like Craig said, there's a couple of different versions of it. There's the kind of the ballady version that Gary Moore popularized. That was I feel like that the versions of that I've heard performed live, I prefer to the studio version of Don't Believe a Word.
Tom, was Live and Dangerous the first Lizzy that you latched onto, or no?
Yes.
Yeah. And we all have that experience where usually a lot of times where you come in on a band is where you always gravitate towards. For Rush, Hemispheres was my first album. Always go back to Hemispheres and Farewell to Kings. Love everything else, or mostly love everything else. But those 2 albums, I want to be buried with them, that kind of thing. So, all right, Erik, what you got on, almost said Live and Dangerous, Johnny the Fox?
Real quick, it was at Musicland Studios in Munich, Germany that they started.
Germany, that's it. Germany. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, my internet crapped out. There's a storm here, and
that's all right. Roll on. If you get booted, we'll just pull you back in.
I was listening on my phone while I was out And yeah, like Craig said, man, this album art is just so cool.
Yeah.
Like, I had to get this on vinyl because it's just like, to be able to look at it on a big thing like that is awesome. Man, I love this entire album. Even it does have a lot of mellow songs, but they're all great in my opinion. Each song has something that makes it memorable or just elevates it to the next level beyond just being a kind of regular song that any band could have just put out. Johnny just opens things with a bang. That riff is just so good. And love the drum fills in the chorus. Super awesome. Rocky is like maybe not one of my favorite songs on the album, but it's still really good. Has some good riffs and stuff in there. The lyrics are a little bit silly, but whatever. It's a fun song. Borderline, man, that's a slower one, but the bass in that song, the sound is just full of that bass. I think he's doing chords or something on there maybe, but it's just like such a huge sound, and just so emotional, the lyrics and everything in that one. Don't Believe a Word, man, that song rips. It's just furious and fast. Love that solo, how it comes in with that super fast picked note. I kind of wish it was longer. It's like, what, 2.5 minutes or something like that. But great song. Fool's Gold. Okay, to be honest, Fool's Gold, the first time I heard it, I was disappointed. It's got that kind of really epic setup with the spoken word part and the harmonized guitars in the beginning, and you're expecting like something like Emerald, and it kind of just kicks into this mid-paced rock song. And I remember hearing it the first time, I'm like, oh man, I don't know about this, but it's really grown on me the last few years, and I love that song now. It's got some great melodies in the guitars and stuff, of course, like all these songs. Johnny the Fox meets Jimmy the Wee. That one's a cool, like, funky thing. It's got that like wah guitar again. Old Flame, yeah, another slow song, but just great melodies and stuff, even in this song too. Really memorable. Massacre, another favorite of mine. Just so good. That at a point below zero, with that like echo that happens too, it's just, man, so killer. And that riff, so good.
You can visualize the battlefield, right?
Yeah,
you can visualize the blood, the battlefield. It's like,
yeah. That the opening riffs, those opening harmonies on Massacre, slay me every single time, man. They're just like, yes, so killer, man. Go ahead, Erik. Sorry.
And paired up with the pounding toms too.
The tribal drums.
War dance, kind of like Native American type, like just powerful thing on the drums too. Sweet Marie is like another really mellow song, but it's just really cool. That kind of, I forget if it's in the chorus or maybe the pre-chorus, but that kind of descending chord pattern that they go into just makes the song for me. And then Boogie Woogie Dance too is like, it's kind of a weird song for me because it's a great like hard rock song, but the lyrics are just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of disconnected from the music for me. It's just like a song about dancing. It's kind of weird hearing this like heavy riffing in it. Boogie Woogie Dance. It's just like, I don't know, but it's still a great song. It's just, if it had different lyrics, I might like it even more than I already do. But man, another basically perfect album in my opinion.
It's a banger, no doubt. Should be noted on this one real quick that it was a tour scheduled. What's to say here? Thin Lizzy toured the UK during October, November, supporting American band Clover, led by Huey Lewis, who was a very good friend of Phil's, and he plays on, was it the next album or is it the one after?
Well, he first plays on Live and Dangerous, then he plays on albums after that.
Yeah, he does. I have a note coming up on, I think it's Bad Reputation. But anyways, There was also a successful appearance on Rod Stewart's BBC TV show in the UK where they upstaged their host by playing live, whereas Stewart mimed. There was a tour that was scheduled to continue in the U.S. in late November, but was canceled after Robertson suffered a hand injury in that fight at the Speakeasy, defending his friend Frankie Miller from the prior Still in Love with You. Bottle cut his hand, blah blah blah. Anyways, then when they did resume touring in January of '77, that's when Gary Moore stood in and played for Robertson. They were actually opening for Queen. How about that show, man? Thin Lizzy and Queen. Oh man! All right, so Johnny, like you said, Craig, great rocker. Rocky, I'm not a fan of that song. I don't know, man. It doesn't gel for me. Borderline, man. What a song. Back on the borderline. It's almost like a
Western, sort of like you can visualize the scene at the bar, and you can visualize the wooden bar, the lonely guy, and he's, tears in his drink, talking to the bartender about his girl. The pit. Right,
tell me if you hear this, Craig. Tell me if you hear this. I hear a little bit of Take It to the Limit by the Eagles. I don't know why. It has that back at Take It to the Limit. It's just got that country-ish sort of ballady vibe to it, but it's beautiful, man. Yeah, Don't Believe a Word, man. Fucking epic track. Fool's Gold. As we said, Craig said it. Top 5 song for me. Fool's Gold. Those guitars. Oh. Anyway, I love that song. Johnny the Fox, super funky, cool. Kind of an unusual track for them in that they didn't really do anything quite like that before. I mean, what's the one down? I'm blanking out here.
Funny.
What's that? Yeah. It's got a little bit of that vibe to it, but it's very funky and 70s sounding, man. Here's what my notes said. Man, this song smells of weed, beer, and cheap perfume. It's got that much character and nostalgia in it. Love it. Old Flame, mellow rocker. It's okay. I don't love it. Massacre, man. Those guitar intros. God. Oh. And the lyrics to this song, the original title of this song was actually called Little Bighorn because it's clearly about Custer's Last Stand. And to me, it's kind of a sequel to Emerald in that it's a storyteller's song with the actual music. You don't even need the lyrics. You hear that, if God is in heaven, how could this happen here? In his name, they used the weapon for the massacre. There's a point below zero where the sun, it can see the land. 600 unknown heroes lie dead in the sand. What great lyrics, man. Sweet Marie, great ballad. Don't love it. It's one of those tracks I could give or take. And man, I do not like Boogie Oogie, man. I just don't like it. It's kind of like a throwaway track. That said, the good songs on this album blow away almost everything that they've done. There's only about 3 songs I'm kind of iffy on. I give this a 9.5 out of 10. All right, so we're up to Bad Reputation, Craig. I'm hurrying. I promise.
All right. We're going to go through it. Me and Tom have the vinyl. Tom.
Oh, Tom's got it too. All right, there we go.
All right.
Everybody has it.
All right. Why?
Except
why
me.
Is there only 3 guys on the album? I'm confused.
Yeah, let me interject. Let me interject 1 second, by the way. I had all these albums back in the day, and like an idiot, I sold all my vinyl back when the CDs came out.
Yeah.
And I never actually replaced these, but what I do have is this, which is a pretty difficult find. There's a better box set than this that's crazy expensive. It's a Japanese one, but I do have Dedication, which is the greatest hits. So I was always looking for like box sets on these. I don't think they'll ever.
There's a lot of unreleased tracks on that. There's a lot of unreleased tracks on that. Yeah.
Yep. Tons of them. So
we go into 1977, and just before this album, Gary Moore is in the band for a while because he saves the day for a little bit for some of the Johnny the actually he saves they go on, they do some shows before this. I think that's when Gary Moore is his second time in the band.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Because he was in around Nightlife.
Yeah.
Originally.
So Tony Visconti comes in for production. Tony Visconti, T-Rex, Bowie.
Bowie.
I mean, he's doing some pretty involved production.
Yes.
Strings, all this sort of stuff. The fidelity on this album goes up.
Yep.
But Phil's just had it. Robbo. He's just the most volatile character in the world, and he's always shooting himself in the foot no matter what, right?
Yeah.
And he's got this young, cocky Scott thing, and he's always sometimes rivaling Phil. But Phil takes it and knows how to deal with it. But he's just done with him at this point. And he's like, you know what? We're gonna go in the studio. You know what, Scott? You're gonna do this album. We're not gonna. And Scott's like, what? And Phil's like, you can do it, man. You can do it. You are fucking great. And so, and Scott's trying to say, no, he's going to be okay this time. He's not going to blow it. And Phil's just like, he's going to blow it. And so they go in, and Scott does save some tracks for Brian. And he just says, we got to save some tracks for Brian. He kind of first did that without telling Phil. And he said, Phil, I left some stuff. We just got to get Fly Rob over. Just do some stuff. I mean, it's the team, it's the band. And so that's what he did. So Soldier of Fortune is a song. It starts off very dramatic, and it goes in these just harmony guitars of like freedom again, just this great sound. Bad Reputation comes in, and it's just tough. It's like the Ballad of a Hard Man type vibe. At this point, Scott's doing all the harmonies himself, right? He's, before they would do harmonies in the studio together. But no, Scott's taking care of all the guitar duties. Opium Trail comes in, song about drugs. And, this is when drugs are getting, they're definitely getting into cocaine. They're probably, they're smoking opium and, probably smoking a little bit of heroin. They're not mainlining at this point, but anyway, Opium Trail comes out. It's a song about drugs, and it's very heavy. It's got the Chinese Connection leads to heroin, and Robbo's got an amazing guitar solo on this. That's one of the tracks that Scott left Robbo to play. Southbound. Oh man, what a great fucking song. Just great harmonies that just speak to you, Oh, I'm going southbound. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's just this major key, very happy.
Yeah.
But it's still tough, and the lyrics are still tough, Hey,
Craig, if I can interrupt for a sec.
Yeah.
You just pointed something out. You talk about major key. Lizzy plays in a lot of major keys. They don't do a lot of minor stuff, darker sounding shit, right? And that is really unusual because generally in the metal or hard rock, because they're not metal, but the hard rock sphere, a lot of bands tend to go into that minor tonalities because it kind of, I don't know, it does something to our brains, right? But something about Lizzy tracks always kind of feeling upbeat and uplifting in a weird way ascribes itself a lot to that major key stuff, right? I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think all the great bands that we love do that. Led Zeppelin does that. A lot of bands do that. But going from major and key into minor without letting you know it, or the way Jimmy Page goes from minor into major and back into it without letting you know really what he's doing. That's a great way to play guitar, know. But I think the harmonies are like, a lot of the harmonies are in fifths or something, Tom, instead of like the thirds, which is a little bit more.
From which song in particular? Southbound.
What's that?
Are you talking about Southbound?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I know the Lizzy harmonies in general. They do a lot of fifths, right?
No, I thought it was thirds.
And then I guess they mix it up. Maybe sometimes it's in fifths to sound happier, but yeah, you'd probably know more than me. Tom's more proficient as far as.
He's the real. He's the freaking guru for what's it called when you transcribing? Dude's like a transcribing nerdo, man. It drives me nuts.
It's a lot of thirds. Like, you know, they'll have the root and the major third will be like. And so it's like the middle part. You got the root and the major third, which becomes the minor third on the next step up, minor third on the next step up, major third on the next step up. Lots of thirds. And that's something that like Maiden completely ran with. Like most of their harmonies are thirds.
Oh yeah,
right.
And Spirit Adrift, most of the harmonies are thirds. Like, yeah, all my favorite kind of guitar harmonization comes from like Robbo and Scott doing shit in thirds, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, they mix it up. It's so fantastic. And I'm gonna have to come over for guitar lessons sometime soon, Tom.
Yeah, right.
I would love that. Let's have a jam. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. We'll
we
do
gotta
it.
get all three of us together, man.
So that's when I bring
over
that's when I bring over the extra copies of the Lizzy stuff for guitar lesson.
Nice.
Side 2, we go into Dancing in the Moonlight.
So jazzy.
Homage to sort of like Van Morrison, right? It's a marvelous night for a moon dance.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly.
And he's such a Van the Man fan already. And it's a hit. It's a great song. Killer Without a Cause. Pretty dark, heavy track. That's another track that Robbo plays guitar on, that Scott saved that track for him. Downtown Sundown. Just sort of a mid-tempo kind of, slower, kind of like dreamy, kind of a soft track. The Woman's Gonna Break Your Heart. That's a great tune. And then Dear Lord, it ends with a slow song. Dear Lord is an amazing song. The beginning starts off, with this, I don't know, it's hard to describe. It's like, it's sort of, the songs are hard to describe, like Erik was saying, some of this stuff. It's very unique. That's why you can't classify some of these songs or these genres, like with, UFOs the same way. This is one of my favorite Thin Lizzy albums, even though Robbo doesn't play on the whole thing.
Love the album.
It's really, really good, man. I might have to say that this is probably like, now we're going to talk about this later, so maybe I should save it. But yeah, we'll say what I think about this album as far as my faves. But what a fantastic album. Not every tune's a hit at all. Dancing in the Moonlight's kind of the one hit,
Yeah.
And maybe Bad Reputation's kind of the other standout song that off this album, but that wasn't even on the no, Bad Reputation. Is that on Live and Dangerous? I'm spacing out.
It is.
Say again?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely right. But anyway, love the album. I'm gonna hand it over to you, Tom.
Bad Reputation. I thought it was, but Bad Reputation is not on Live and Dangerous. I'm looking at the back of it here, and I'm completely wrong on that. But Southbound is. Yeah, this is probably my favorite Studio Lizzy album, just in terms of like the vibe and the production and the guitar tones. I think this is the best example they managed to capture of this lineup of the band, even though Brian was only like dropped in on a couple of tunes. I feel like this is when the band was actually, even though like on a personal level it was clearly fucked because like Brian was kind of done, but it was the tour after this where they did record Live and Dangerous, and I would probably say I think the first 6 songs on this album are as strong a stretch of like consecutive songs as they ever had on any of their records. It's a couple down near the bottom of the album I don't care about quite so much. I really love Opium Trail and Bad Reputation. They're like really hard rocking tunes. They really got a good mood about them, especially Opium Trail. I think that song's like one of the best things they ever did.
Erik, what you got on?
I agree.
Sorry.
No, I'm with you.
Tom, were you done?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Erik, what you got?
Yeah, another great album, man. This run from Fighting to Black Rose is just like up there
Hard
with
to beat.
the best.
Hard
like
to beat.
who else had a 5-album run that strong? It's just
Rush.
Black
Okay.
Black
Come
Sabbath,
on, man. Get your head out your ass.
Okay.
Steely Dan.
Okay. I shouldn't have said that, but anyway, it's amazing. That was my point. I was just looking at the inner sleeve
Just real quick,
here
Eric.
for the album.
Rush had a 8-run album. Just saying, 8 albums. But we'll talk about it later
You're
when
right.
I school you a little bit more. But go ahead.
No, you're correct. I know. A lot of cool like live shots and stuff on here. I thought it was interesting how there's like they're not quite centered in the photo. There's kind of like some space over here
weird.
where someone should be standing almost. Kind of funny.
Notice the guitar. The guitar neck's hanging. He's got it behind his back, man. You got to show the guitar.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, good point. Yeah, another amazing album. This one kind of took a little while to grow on me. Some of the songs weren't quite as immediate as the last couple albums, but man, Soldier of Fortune. Yeah, all of these songs just get better and better every time you hear them. Soldier of Fortune is just like majestic, and it's pretty slow, but those leads, there's so many different lead lines that are so catchy in that. Bad Reputation is just an absolute ripper. Another one where, I mean, I don't know if I should say I wish it was longer, because it's perfect the way it is, but just that those drum fills in the chorus, so good. Opium Trail too, just amazing song. One of the heavier ones on this album, and this isn't really like, I don't know, it doesn't have one of those like really epic heavy songs like Emerald or like Massacre or Black Rose, but it's got a kind of a different feeling to the album, and it's cool. Opium Trail though is just an amazing song. Southbound too is really laid back but just so memorable and catchy. Dancing in the Moonlight too is just like another one where it's just a perfect pop rock song. That sax that comes in the chorus and stuff, just great. Killer Without a Cause.
Craig nailed it though. It's 100% Van Morrison, no doubt.
I haven't listened to enough Van Morrison yet on my list, but Killer Without a Cause is a pretty heavy one. Just amazing. Downtown Sundown is another cool song. That one, the last 3 songs, like Tom said, the first 6 are amazing. The last 3 are not quite at the same level, but I still really like all those songs. I listened to this album again yesterday, and like I love those last 3 songs too. That Woman's Gonna Break Your Heart. I love that lead in there that kind of is the hook of the song. And yeah, Dear Lord is just really I don't know. It's got a kind of epic sort of feel to it as well, but it's really kind of mellow too. I mean, yeah, just again, pretty much perfect album.
And Dear Lord, when he's just said, Dear Lord, you can just hear it like he's crying for help or something, man.
Yeah.
At the end.
Hey,
I agree.
Craig.
Yeah.
Craig, real quick question. You said you met Robertson a couple times, right?
Yeah, I met them all. I met Robbo. I met Brian. Yeah.
Is there do Robbo and Gorham still talk? Are they friends still, or do you know?
Anybody's only going to deal with Robbo if they have to, right? Okay. We're going to have the vibe, right? And it's the Gary Moore thing. So in 2005, they go to Dublin. I'm in Dublin to go see it, and it was the second big vibe that they had. The first one I went to was in '96, and then but they had it, and Gary Moore played, and they brought out Robbo to play like "Still in Love with You" and another song, and so we saw Robbo walking down the streets of Dublin, and he's in his leather pants and his clogs, and he's got like his roadie guy with him, or his bodyguard or whatever. So
right.
No one's around him, dude. No one's around him wanting to talk to him. My buddy walks over to kind of talk to him, and this guy kind of goes, hey, hold on a second. Robbo's kind of like he still thinks he's like some rock star. It's like, Robbo, you're out of your mind. And Robbo goes up to the microphone to say something to the crowd, and boom, the house guy just pulls the fader all the way off. And so they just kept the monitor going, so Robbo could just hear himself. Blah, 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 blah. So they had a plan. Hey, look, man, if Robbo goes to the mic, turn him off in the house, on the monitor. He thinks he's talking in the house. He won't get mad. No one will know. And so it's just, man,
I guess maybe he seems a little bit sort of like a bit of a diva. And it sounds like during this album, he and Phil were butting heads a lot prior to this album because of the whole incident with missing the tour and the direction of the direction. I think Robbo wanted to be more involved in writing and have his own song credits. And you know how that goes. Everybody wants their own stream of income. Then it's like, hey man, I don't want to share my royalties. I wrote most of this track. You only put a little bit into it, but it just seems like there was a lot going on there with those guys. And I just wondered whether Gorham and him got along post Lizzy or not.
I think, Robbo is the rebel, so he's going to rebel against the captain, right? So,
yeah,
and so that's just the way it is. He has a chip on his shoulder. He's Scottish. He's just, but he's a volatile man. But
he's a younger dude too. He was quite a bit younger than those guys. Like
he's got the chip. He's got the chip for that too. But yeah, but what a player, man. I mean, I'm just saying,
killer player. Yeah, I'm not talking shit on him. I don't want anybody to think that's what we're doing here. He seems sort of mercurial. You know what I mean? Like he's a mercurial guy. If you catch him at the right time, he's probably really cool. If you catch him at the wrong time, he's probably a total dick. You know what I mean?
I think
I probably said too much, man, but hey, sorry, Robbo. We love you, man. But
no, we do. I had an experience with George Lynch one time like that. Met him one time, coolest fucking guy in the world. Ran into him another time, total dick to me, man. It was so weird. I'm like, what is going on here? But then I saw him again, and I brought it up, and he's like, oh man, dude, I was just having a bad day. I apologize. They're human beings like all of us, but some of them dig into the persona a little bit deeper, and that's all I was trying to get at. But real quick here, did you have something you want to say, Tom?
Yeah, it's funny that we're talking about kind of like the stage right guitar player and Lizzy, like perhaps being like more of the problem. It seems to me in every iteration of Lizzy, like, Scott's always seemed like the much more down to earth, solid guy. And then like you got Robbo, much more flash. Gary Moore, much more flash, in and out the band all the time. John Sykes, we'll get to him.
Big time, yeah.
I guess Snowy White, perhaps, like, we haven't got to him yet, but maybe perhaps the reason that he isn't as celebrated as the others is because he didn't.
I think Snowy was kind of like, you're here, but don't make too much noise, that kind of thing.
Maybe the magic of some of those more dynamic Lizzy guitar combinations was the fact that he had like the more extreme personality type.
Yeah.
On one side of the stage, I don't know. Just a thought that's kind of off the side.
It probably helped make the material better overall, though, certainly, because I think Robbo's a monster guitar player.
I love it, yeah.
Soldiers of Fortune, real quick, I'll blast through mine. Soldiers of Fortune, I don't know about you guys, but I kind of hear like a real prog song here. It's got like a lot of progginess to it. Great song. Again, the harmonized riffs at the opening, just, it's the template, right? Bad Reputation, Snarling Rocker, so damn good. That's a much more complex song quarterly than a lot of people would think. It's not just simple fucking power chords. There's a lot going on there. Great tune. Turn Yourself Around. That part right there. I love that part, man. Opium Trail, without question. My numero uno favorite Lizzy song. Right up there with, Wild One, Black Rose. Man, just Emerald, killer song. I'm pretty sure did we say that John Norum did this one too on a solo album?
Yes, he did.
I think it's safe to say that John Norum is a massive Thin Lizzy fan.
I will tell you something else about I saw Europe do a show, I think the week Gary Moore died, and at one point Joey Tempest walked off so that John could do a cover of The Loner. I know that John, I've seen John on a Swedish documentary about Thin Lizzy as well. Like, he's one of the talking heads on it. He's obsessed with them.
Gary Moore is like his inspiration.
Yeah, you can tell from the way he plays.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Just like Sykes.
Yep.
yeah. Southbound opening dual harmonies, so good. Although I hate to say it, this is not one of my favorites on the album. I know, kind of weird. I probably need to re-listen to that, but still a great song. Dancing Man, Stone Cold classic. Nothing more to say. Just killer without a cause, man. Smoke show of riffs. One that I always forget about that is just so damn good. You know my sleeper track on this? Downtown Sundown, man. I freaking love this song. It's like jazz clarinet. It's got weird little bits of like listen to what the man says in there with the clarinet, the jazzy sort of New Orleans sort of vibe to it. That chorus about this is the story of a downtown sundown. And then so good. I fucking love that song, man. The next one. I mean, Erik, you said these last couple songs aren't that great. I freaking love That Woman's Gonna Break Your Heart, man. That woman's gonna break your heart.
That's not what I said, but
I thought that's what you said.
not,
they weren't as good.
I said they're not quite as amazing as the.
Okay. They're not quite as amazing. All right, I'll put words in your mouth. Sorry, there, young man. Love that fucking song. Major earworm. Super catchy guitar harmonies on there. Just love that track. Dear Lord's it's a little bit of a kind of a downer way to end the album. I don't think I would have put that as the last track. I would have probably stuck that in the middle somewhere and maybe gone with I don't know, Dancing or Southbound at the end. But anyway, great album, super solid, bunch of highlights, very few lowlights. I'm going with a 9.25 out of 10 there on that. We're up to Black Rose. I'm trying to hurry, guys. Oh, here we go. Oh, sorry. We can't get away from it. Sorry. We got
I know it's not a studio, but we already talked about some of the tracks on it, but maybe we're going to let Tom start with this one.
Yeah, we'll let Tom go. He's dying to get his thoughts out on Live and Dangerous, and I don't blame him. Which, by the way, does that mean you're going to buy the 8 CD box set then?
No. I've got the Live at the Tower 77 Philadelphia show, which is I think that's 4 of the tracks that ended up on Live and Dangerous.
Which by the way, Tom, we talked about this, or I've noted it, but the actual audience sound is a mixture of two shows plus the David Bowie show from the Tower Theater show that's on live, David Live. They blended it in to make the crowd sound giant and huge.
Of course, yeah. I mean, obviously, that's one of the things people always level at Live and Dangerous. It's like, oh, how live was it really? Like, we all know that Southbound was recorded at a sound check, for example. Like, I think a lot of it was probably down to just the technology at the time and the fact that if there was like a flub note on one of the rhythm guitar tracks, it's probably going to be easier to recut an entire new rhythm guitar track than try and splice in. You know, it's not like now where you can take like a direct guitar signal and reamp,
just punch it in
an entire performance, and then it's really easy to drop in. They couldn't do that kind of thing. I'm certain that most of the backing vocal harmonies were replaced because the Tower 77 recording, like the songs that are on Live and Dangerous, the backing vocals do not sound like they do on Live and Dangerous. But I think that kind of thing is completely forgivable because what you really want with a live recording is you want the rhythm section to really be grooving and you want to know what the vocals really sound like. And I'm pretty sure Phil didn't have to redo any of his lead vocals at all from what it sounds like to me. I think it's all their best material. There's not a bad song on the entire thing. The pacing is incredible. It sounds superb. The guitar playing is great. I think I caught an interview the other day where Robbo was saying that he's still really pissed about Still in Love with You because he thinks there's a really bad edit in that. I've never heard it myself, but yeah, there's an edit which Robbo says once you know it's there, it's completely impossible to ignore. Like he didn't even want the album. He didn't want that version of the song they made with that edit being released, but he was overruled. But I can't.
How about that?
I think that's part of the reason why he that was probably one of the last straws too. He probably got pissed off. They probably got in a fight about that. But yeah, but what you're saying, Tom, is I think it started with let's fix the background vocals. So because we started to play and do the background vocals, and then they started realizing, oh, well, that sounds better. And then listen to the guitar part, like you said. And then, and one thing led to another. And Tony Visconti is trying to put out, he's producing it. And this is, like you say, Jeff, the heyday of the live album, right? So they're trying to make it as good as possible. I think they just went down a rabbit hole a little bit on doing too much. Now, Tony Visconti at one point said it was 50, like 40%. Then he says 50%. Then he's up to like 70%. I heard Scott, and Scott just like no. And if you hear, the Tower Theater in this, it's not this. Live Natures is at 70% overdubbed,
Right.
but there's a lot of parts that are. But I think Scott came out. It sounded like he was pretty honest. He goes like, "Hey man, maybe 25% of that album is probably overdone. 25-30% is kind of what he said. I think he said 25%. But so who knows? But I mean, what a masterpiece, Yeah, good call on mentioning that Southbound was a sound check. I had read that as well. Are You Ready is the first song that is never on an album yet, and it's on this album.
That's right.
Along with Baby Drives Me Crazy.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just such an amazing representation of the band. Like, the set list is perfect. Like, the performance, I don't know. I don't think I'm being sentimental and just because it's the first Lizzy thing I heard. I just think, like, you line up, like, I can't hear a Cowboy song and not have it go into the boys back in town afterwards. Like, it feels right. When I listen to a studio version of a Cowboy song and it just ends, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, come on. Like,
it's like Heartbreaker to Live and Lovin' Made.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can't have one with the other. Yeah, it's a fantastic. I think they wanted to give you a representation of what you would see live, and the set list kind of flows like that.
And I think that's another good thing to segue into a little bit is that tons and tons of YouTube footage out there. I'm sure there's live DVDs and whatnot. I don't own any, but like, and I didn't get to see him like you did, Craig, but Phil was just such a powerhouse of a performer live. It's like he brought that energy. He was a natural born rock star, right? I mean, he just had that aura, but he was super cool. From every indication I've ever heard, he was a pretty chilled, super cool dude. Maybe heroin does that to you. I don't know. I've never tried. I don't know, but it seemed like despite his problems that were accumulating at this point in time, he still was a live force, but I don't know because I didn't get to see him, but the stuff that I see, it looks like he was just such a consummate, like he just brought the energy, man. He just had that warm vibe that you want in a front man, but he was also a killer. I don't think a lot of people talk about his bass playing, man. His bass playing is fucking off the chain. So damn good, man. Always busy, always moving, driving the songs and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's all I have on that. I mean, I am on the sort of hunt for a box set, because I have box set fever. Anything that's a box set, I got to own it if I love my bands. But, we talk about live albums, the era of the live albums. Not to bring Rush up again for the 8,000th time, but go listen to Exit Stage Left. You want to talk about like a completely neutered live album that just doesn't sound like it was recorded in somebody's living room. You know what I mean? There's no dynamics to it. Whereas this album, you just feel like you're right there, man. You're in front of the stage witnessing this. And that's a feat of itself, in my opinion. So, all right, we're going to get into Black Rose quick.
Sure. We got it here. Good man. Yeah, this is the first album where Gary Moore is officially in the band. And Robbo, after Bad Reputation, he came back to do shows that were recorded for Live and Dangerous. He played part of the Live and Dangerous tour, but late 78, that was kind of the final straw. I think when they were mixing that album, like Tom was saying, I think he didn't like that, and then that kind of was the final. So Gary Moore comes back in for the third time in the band, and they do shows and play on tour before Black Rose even comes out. Like that Live in Sydney, Australia show. That was before Black Rose album came out. And so he's already kind of in the band. And then they're like, okay, well, hey, you're officially in the band now. We're going to go do a studio album, our first studio album with you. So they go to Paris. They work with Tony Visconti again, and which is a great move. And they put out a stellar album, man. I mean, this album is just something else. And it's like a different, like Gary Moore brought a fresh, it's different. Like you don't have the organic feel of the two twin guys where one's here and they're both on the same level. Like here's Scott and here's Brian. They're together. They're a duo. They're a team. But you have Gary Moore come in, and there's still all the harmonies you have. There's a guitar team. There's guitar harmonies. But there's this shot of something coming of testosterone from Gary's playing.
Yeah.
That he brings to this album, and Scott's got to go like, what? Like I got to keep up with this guy. You know what I mean?
Well, I was just gonna say, man, Gary Moore comes in, and the Guitar Hero guy suddenly erupts, sort of.
Yeah, and then Scott's got to bring his A game, and he does, man. And then it starts off, you can do anything you want to do. And they come up with these harmonies that are like the sound of freedom. They're the opening track, the sound of freedom, and it's a great tune. And then you have Toughest Street in Town, which is just sounds as tough as it is. And what about that guitar solo in that song? Gary Moore just rips your head off. And then you got S&M, which is that sort of like, Phil discovered a phase 100 on his bass, and he's got that. And it's sort of a funky tune. Waiting for an Alibi, amazing song. Just fantastic. It's got like, a lot of pop sensibilities about it. My Sarah, and this would be, the second Sarah song, which is written for Phil's Firstborn.
Yep.
That one that I was supposed to go to Ireland and meet. Remember we talked about that, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't work out, man. Anyway, inside joke, guys.
No, so, I saw the joke. I
know.
Didn't work out for you. What a bummer.
I met both the girls with their grandmother. They're very cute girls. They're very nice, and God bless them.
Nice.
Got to Give It Up is the opening track on side 2. And
God, I love
he's
that
talking
song.
about what's happening right now, because this is when heroin comes into the band. They're in Paris, and Scott and Phil start shooting up. And right when Phil starts doing it, he knows he's not supposed to be doing it, but it's just one of these things that Phil does. He's the consummate rock star. He's the ultimate rock star. And he probably wants to taste these things that his heroes tasted, whether it be Hendrix, or whether it be Janis Joplin, or whoever. And so, but right as soon as he dabbles in it, he's telling himself that he's got to give it up.
Mm-hmm.
But great harmonies, great song. Get Out of Here, another ripper. With Love, as that slow sort of. It's got a pretty good mid-tempo beat, but it's considered a slow song. Jimmy Bain plays bass on that song.
That's right, he does. That's right.
And then we got Black Rose, which is all about the folklore of Ireland, and man, the guitar. I mean, what Gary Moore brings that song and those harmonies, and Scott keeping up with those harmonies and doing that stuff together. I mean, it's some pretty amazing guitar playing, and the Greenie guitars used on this album.
That's right. That's right.
It's played on the song Black Rose. The Greenies play some other tracks on this, and the Junior, and yeah, this is a stellar album. That's my thoughts on it all. Tom?
For anyone that doesn't know what Greenie is, that's was
Peter Green's
Peter
59.
Green's.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead. Peter Green's Les Paul 58, right?
59 Les Paul.
Oh, it's
Peter
59.
Green.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Gary Moore got it from him, probably for pennies on the dollar. And then Gary played it for a long time. And then Kirk probably
Hammett.
had it. Kirk Hammett bought it. And he was in England. And then somebody had contacted him, said, "Oh, yeah, I think you might want to buy the guitar," I think it was. And then he was like, "Yeah, man, I don't have that kind of money to buy it. Well, you probably want $1 million for that guitar." And the guy said, No, I don't want $1 million for it. And so I gave him a price, and he goes, "Oh, let me think about it," and or I think it went like this. And then I think him and Ross Halford are friends. And,
Yeah, right.
And him and Kirk. So then I think Ross and Jimmy Page are friends. And I, from what I understand, Page had called up Kirk and goes, "Hey, man, here you're thinking about buying a guitar. Like, you should buy that guitar, man. You should buy that."
I think he paid about $2 for it, didn't he? Like 190s, or was it more than that? Oh, was it more than that?
Yeah.
Okay. I knew it was pretty saucy.
Yeah. But anyway, that guitar is fantastic, and the fact that Kirk has it now and he plays it out, and it's a living, breathing instrument, it's so fantastic. And he loves that guitar, and he makes that guitar sound great. And the neck pickup on that guitar, sounds amazing. And so we got a little sidetracked on guitars, but
have you played it, Craig?
No, I haven't played it.
Okay, all right. I mean, I didn't know if you were friends with Kirk. I kind of assumed you probably knew him or have met him, anyways.
Yeah, no. Yeah. He's a friend, and he's loves that guitar, and
oh yeah, for sure.
It's a great thing, and I'm so happy he has it. But anyway, yeah, that's Black Rose. Tom, let's get back to talking about the album.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that background. Look at that.
Yeah, right.
Fancy schmancy, man.
Yeah, phenomenal guitar playing on this album. I think this is when like the classic era like guitar balance, like Craig said, has kind of gone now, because I felt like Robbo and Scott are at a pretty similar level and Gary's at a higher level. I think that imbalance is something that kind of it benefits the album in a lot of ways. Obviously, I don't think the track Black Rose could have existed without Gary Moore's guitar playing on it. It just wouldn't have been the same. Because I'm not sure that anybody really loves that song just because it's a medley of Irish folk songs, rather than quite because of how fucking insane the guitar solo section is. Maybe I'm wrong. I think Do Anything You Want To and Waiting for an Alibi are two of Lizzy's strongest like pop tunes.
Oh yeah,
they've both got really great guitar playing in them. It's like Gary puts his print on the band so quickly and Do Anything You Want To Do just because of how violent and wide and strong his vibrato is, just on the very first lick. That's not something you've heard before on the Lizzy album. It's like like crazy wide vibrato. And it makes me wonder if he actually tracked all of those parts himself, because the vibrato is perfectly matched left and right, and Scott's vibrato is pretty wide and heavy, but it's not exactly the same as Gary's. Like Gary's is famously so. So I don't know. Interesting. Waiting for an Alibi, I think the duel solo on that is the best duel lead in the whole of the Lizzy catalogue for me.
Oh wow, like, really?
Nice. Scott solos, when it gets into that really fast, like harmonized hammer-on section, I just think that's so perfectly iconic. And yeah, for me, that's just perfection. I don't know if anyone's really done a better like twin harmonized lead section than that at the end of the Waiting for an Alibi solo. It's one of my absolute favorites. Sarah's a really sweet song. Got to Give It Up. It's like Phil prophesying his own death almost, like Craig was saying, like, really shouldn't be doing this. And he was right, because like 7 years later he was dead or whatever. Yeah, I think Black Rose is a good one. It's definitely towards the top of my list. But I don't think it's songwriting wise definitely not their strongest album. But in terms of production, guitar playing, there's a lot of stuff to really, really like here.
think Eric's having some issues here. I'll jump in quick and we get him back. I was looking and I wasn't sure of the chronology here, but Gary's technically it's his second, but it's really kind of his first real solo album. Came out in September of '78, so right prior to recording this. And they actually him and Phil do the more bluesy version of "Don't Believe a Word" on that album. I've honestly never heard that one, to be honest with you. I don't pick up with Gary until Corridors of Power in '82. That's kind of where I Victims of the Future and Out in the Fields, and they kept doing stuff together, throughout. But Erik, I'll get you in here in a second. I'll just run through quick. This album peaked at number 2 in the UK charts, making it the band's highest charting album in the UK. It was the 4th consecutive album to be certified gold. The last track, and I don't know how to say this, Roshan Dub. I don't know.
Roshan Dub.
How is it?
I think Roshan Dub.
Roshan, that's it. Yeah. Is a bunch of traditional Irish songs that were all rearranged by Linnet and more. The one song, Will You Go Lassie Go, is sometimes mistakenly credited as a traditional song, but it was in fact whatever. I don't know why I'm reading that. At least 2 of the songs, Waiting for an Alibi and S&M, were debuted on the earlier summer '78 tour before Brian Robertson left. And it should be noted that S&M on this album is the only co-write with Downey and Linnet. Do anything you want, man. And like you said, Craig, that it's almost like you're at a fucking football game. It's like, yeah, you just got that. Let's get into it, man. And that fucking chorus, man. You could do anything you want to do. So damn good, man. So catchy. Toughest Street in Town is a Gary Moore, Scott Gorham and Linnet track, but it sounds like a Gary Moore track. That song, of all the songs on the albums, sounds like a Gary Moore track from the early days. S&M, good track too. Like that one a lot. Waiting for an Alibi. What a killer track, man. Like you said, Tom, that solo is amazing. Sarah, what a beautiful, beautiful ballad, man. I love it. My 2 tracks on here, Got to Give It Up and Roshan Dub. Man, the way Phil sings that Got to Give It Up, you just know that he just knows that he's going down the wrong path here, and he knows it's kind of consuming. Now, he talks more about it being alcohol in the song, but I'm sure he was relating it to all the substance issues that he was having. And, what a vocal, man. Just comes in a cappella, got to give it up. And then that da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
And it's a letter too. It's a letter to his mom. It's a letter to his family, telling him. Letter to his brother. Tell him I'm
trying to do this.
Tell my pa that he's constantly crying out for help, like in a way. It's a trip.
Get Out of Here is a good tune, and we ought to mention also it's a co-write between Phil and Jour of Ultravox fame, one of my freaking favorite bands. I just picked this up, the 8 CD box set of Rage in Eden, fucking killer album. Jour, genius, I think. And actually Midge played keyboards later in the band. And also, I believe after this tour, it might have been, I can't remember whether it was this one or Renegade, but he actually plays this one, right, at the end after Gary leaves. Midge plays guitar for some dates, which is weird. You don't think of replacing Gary Moore with Jour. Not that Midge isn't a good guitar player, but he's not Gary Moore, let's be honest. I'm sure Midge said that too.
Yes.
And then With Love, beautiful ballad, like you said, Jimmy Bain on that. And Roshan Dub, man. It's Emerald, part 2, 3, 4, whatever, expanded. I freaking love that song. I think the production on this album is just killer. We should note that it came out April 13, 1979. EMI Studios in Paris, Good Earth Studios and Morgan Studios in London, Vertigo, Mercury, and Warner Brothers labels. And then it was Tony Visconti again, who is just what a killer producer this guy is, man. He produced one of my absolute favorite Bowie albums. What is it? Erik, what's one of my favorite Bowie albums that you didn't know about?
Outside.
Outside, man. All right. Moving. We got to do you, Erik. Sorry.
Yeah, my internet is garbage right now. I'm on my phone hotspot now, so hopefully it won't crap out again.
All right. We'll just roll quick, just in case.
Yeah, like you were saying, the production is just amazing on this album. It might be their best sounding album, in my opinion. It's just so thick and rich. Where are we? Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I'm probably gonna get kicked off the stream, but I haven't listened to that much Gary Moore, and I definitely need to.
That's understandable.
He's on my list, of course, but anyway, I haven't gotten to.
We'll cut you a break this time, young man, but you know.
Okay. But yeah, he rips it up on this album, just amazing. Do anything you want to do, yeah. With that cool drum beat to start things off. Great song. Those leads that come in. Awesome. Toughest Street in Town, yeah. Really good song as well. I'm not crazy about S&M. It's all right, but it's not one of my favorite songs on the album, really.
Agree.
Waiting for an Alibi, man. Yeah, just amazing. The chorus in that with the two vocal lines that overlap a little bit is just perfect. And like Tom said, the leads at the end of that song are just like, yeah, maybe some of the best ones they ever did. Sarah, yeah, super cool song, really mellow, but just beautiful. It's got a cool like effect on the guitar that's kind of sort of psychedelic or something almost. Got to Give It Up is, man, that song just like really gets me. Like just that first verse, tell my mama and tell my pa that their fine young son didn't get far. He made it to the end of a bottle drinking in a sleazy bar. It's like, damn. And you can tell that Phil just like means it. He's just like, yeah. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a song that it's a little bit sad to listen to because knowing where he ended up after this, but it's still just an amazing song. That lead melody in there is just another top tier one. Get Out of Here is a really great song too. Maybe not quite one of my favorites on here, but that's not really much of a dig on it. With Love too, I love that one. It's such a simple lead that comes in after the chorus, but it's so effective. It's just sticks in my head every time I hear it. And then yeah, the title track is just crazy. Like those riffs, especially about halfway through when they go to that guitar break, those harmonized like shredding parts are just completely insane. And yeah, amazing way to finish the album. So yet again, basically perfect album too. Just fantastic.
Yeah, I gave that 9.5. It's way up there for me. But I kind of see where Tom's coming from. That, you know, there was a bit of a slip in the songwriting, and it really, to me, shows up on this next album. Why don't we get into that one real quick here? And we're getting there, guys. I want to get us out of here under 4 hours. I appreciate your time here. Go ahead, Craig. Chinatown comes out October 1980. Good Earth Studios, Vertigo, Mercury, Warner Brothers. This one has, I think Tony Visconti couldn't produce this one. There was a conflict or something. He was doing somebody else, Bowie, I think. And he ends up handing it off to Kit Woolven. And Kit Woolven worked with the band Magnum. I don't know if you guys know Magnum, but UK kind of pop rock band. Yeah. So go ahead, Craig.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Kit Woolven comes in, who worked on that previous album, and probably worked out pretty good because they didn't have to pay as much for the production. But
Exactly.
we have Jim Fitzpatrick artwork again. I think Jim had said that this was his favorite artwork that he did for the band. And it's got front and back artwork. So yeah, this Snowy White comes in. Snowy White, Gary Moore leaves the band just as quick as he comes in, he's out again. Gary Moore's in and out of Thin Lizzy all the time. So they needed a guitar player. I think they had went and saw Pink Floyd at one point on a night off on the Black Rose tour. I think somehow they got introduced to Snowy White, the connections that be. They got him in the band, and Snowy White played on the Wall tour for Pink Floyd, and probably like the guy that was on the side playing. But
he plays a lot with David Gilmour, right? He played a lot with David Gilmour, Roger Waters.
He was on the Animals tour, and then I think he was in Roger's band from about 2000 onwards for maybe 12 years or so. He's not in the band anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, he came in on Animals. That's right. That was the first time he came with Pink Floyd. Good point. Anyhow, so it opens up with We Will Be Strong. Another opening Lizzy track with the perfect guitar harmonies, the sound of opening, the sound of freedom, the sound of, hello, it's us here again, It's got all that cool stuff happening. Great vocal overdubs on this song. The way the vocal overdubs come, the way he layers them, and this sort of call and response thing happening with the vocal overdubs. I really love that. Chinatown comes in. I heard that was a riff that when Phil started taking lessons from Bruce Shields, from Skid Row, who Gary Moore played in Skid Row with Bruce Shields. That do 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 do. That was a version like Bruce Shields taught him a thing. Do 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 do. And so I heard that's how that song came out years ago, years later. But yeah, great tune. Sweetheart, cool tune. Sugar Blues has that Texas kind of rocking, this real rock and roll type tune. Sounds almost like ZZ Top-ish. And then you got that bass driven Killer on the Loose happening, which was the single for this album, I believe. Side 2 comes in with Having a Good Time, sort of a fun, loosey-goosey track. Phil sounds like he's just kind of making up lyrics, but it just kind of works in a fun, lighthearted way. Genocide, The Killing of the Buffalo, really cool tune, man. Great harmonies. I really like that song. It's deep. Didn't I is the fourth song on side 2, a ballad. It's a cool ballad. I dig it. And it ends with Hey You, which is it's a pretty good rocking tune. Right around 80, this is the time when during these sessions, Phil was using the studio time and using some of the guys from Lizzy to throw other tracks in because he was doing a solo album.
Yeah,
and so sometimes he would just say like, "Oh, I'm going to do this song," but the guys, Phil was just kind of like not putting all the cards on the table. He was kind of like, "Oh, let's try this," and I think if he thought a song that was kind of came out that'd be more suitable for his solo album, maybe something a little bit more lighthearted, he'd use it. So the guys sometimes, like Scott was like, "Well, we're recording some of this stuff, but you're saying some of these tracks may go on your studio, on your solo album."
Right.
So this is where some kind of confusion starts coming in. The drugs are still in play. So that was kind of interesting. And that happened on Renegade as well. But I think it's a great album, man. I really like it. It was probably like the third or fourth album I bought of Lizzy. And this was the tour that I saw when they played in San Francisco, December of '80. And
where'd they play at, Craig? Where'd
they played at the Warfield.
And then, okay, yep.
Neil Schon came out and jammed with them at the end. And
no shit.
pretty positive it was Sugar Blues off this album that he jammed with them on.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's killer.
So that's my thoughts on Chinatown. I think it's a fantastic album.
Real quick on James, you asked this question here about the story about that was Jeff Barton, I believe, from Kerrang. I'm pretty sure that's who that was. Because I read that or saw that too as well. But Tom, what you got on this one?
Good grief! Did you hear that? That's my cat. Like,
What are they doing?
he's okay. He's screaming at me about something.
Does he like
He's like, get off the damn internet and pet me, man. Get that guy to shut up and let me hang out with my dad.
No, we know the cat. The cat's favorite album is Black Rose and Live and Dangerous, right?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. He's checked out now. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of this album. I think the songwriting has taken a pretty big hit now. For me, it's
I'm right there with you, man. Right there with you.
I think this is like the beginning of Lizzy's pretty spectacular decline. I think I'll spoil my opinion of the next album too and say I think the Snowy White albums are a bit of a disaster. There's a handful of good songs, but yeah, not having had the excitement of like actually experiencing this as a new piece of work and just like discovering the whole discography at once, there's not a lot here that I come back to at all. Like, it looks like I know whenever I listen to stuff on Spotify, I mark little hearts next to the songs that I like, and it looks like I put hearts next to "We Will Be Strong" and "Chinatown," and not "Genocide: The Killing of the Buffalo." I do remember that one does stick in my head though. At least it was catchy. It had some hooks.
That's the 3 songs I like on this album. The rest of it I could give or take.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the sound is there, but it's not there. I don't want to blame it all on Snowy. That doesn't seem fair.
Oh, definitely not. I think a lot of it's on Phil. I think Phil was struggling, as you pointed out, Craig. He was feeding a couple different masters at the same time because he was trying to get this solo album together, and that was creating some dissension because he was going, well, I like that a lot. I think I'm gonna yank that and put that over here. It was kind of like, again, he was feeding 2 different sort of creative streams at the same time. And I just
not focused on one thing.
Exactly.
He's the maybe it's the drugs, maybe it's a little bit of ego, maybe it's just something he wanted. I want to do something different, but I think that taking the focus away, and the party probably became a little bit more important sometimes than really putting in the work around this time.
But I think it's also important to note, Craig, that he did not want the appearance that Lizzy was disintegrating. He really fought hard to keep the Lizzy lineage, the heritage in play, even though I think he probably knew him and Gorham were already talking, and Gorham was already like, man, I don't know, dude. This is, things aren't working quite like they were for the last 6 or 7 years. So
I feel pretty strongly that if they just taken a year or 2 off instead of making Chinatown and Renegade, then that might.
I agree.
Be a band, but like you said, the pressure of thinking like, oh God, if we stop, what if we don't start again? Like, we got to keep on capitalizing on this momentum. Like, I'm sure the labels and like the money people were desperate for them to carry on churning out stuff as well.
Keep churning it out. Yeah, the machine, right? I mean, real quick, Erik, I'm going to jump in front of you just for 1 second. I don't have this album. I really struggle with, man. I on my 3rd listen, I was like, man, just only 3 songs are sticking out. Genocide, I really do like a lot. That's that cool. There are people around here that don't feel whatever about kindly to the killing of the buffalo. That's a cool track. Really good, memorable chorus in that one. The first opening, "We Will Be Strong," is solid. Chinatown for me is probably the best track on the album. The rest of it's just, oh man, Sugar Blues. No, dude. No. 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 That's all I can say. That song bugs the shit out of me. Hey You has some moments on it, but I don't know about you guys, but if you listen to it about 2:30 in, it gets a little bit heavier. But prior to that, it's kind of Got to Give You Up Part 2. The melodies are very similar there. For me, I gave this a 6 out of 10, and I was really struggling with that. I do think Renegade's a little bit better. We'll get that in a sec here. But Eric, got some quick thoughts on Chinatown?
Yeah, like you guys kind of brought up, he was doing his solo stuff at this time too, and I've listened a little bit to his solo stuff, but I kind of, the lack of focus, it kind of made both things suffer a little bit, I think, because these albums are definitely a step down from what came before them, and his solo stuff too. I mean, it's also just not really my thing, but the songwriting is kind of not quite there for me on those as well. This album there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just, there's no way it can possibly live up to the few that came before it. And it just, every song on here ends up kind of sounding to me like just a kind of a ripoff of something that they had already done in a way, but not quite as inspired. And a lot of the songwriting is definitely more simplistic. Like, there are less different sections in the songs. There's a lot of songs on here that have the same riff for almost the whole song.
Sugar Blues.
Sugar Blues,
exactly. Yeah, which is kind of a cool riff, but once you hear that riff for 3 or 4 minutes straight, it's kind of like, okay,
I fucking hate that song. I'm sorry. I just cannot get into that song.
He had the Sugar Blues when he wrote that. He was jonesing.
It probably was. Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah, what kind of sugar is this? Icing sugar. Anyway, one weird thing that is probably totally random. I don't know how many of you guys are big thrash fans, but I know you are, Jeff. But okay, the toms on this album, the tom drums, the tuning of them and the tone of them sounds like the toms on Pleasure to Kill by Creator to me. I don't know, just weird connection there.
Wow. That's only a drummer would get into that.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, We Will Be Strong is a cool one. Harmonized riffing, great chorus. Chinatown has a cool riff. Great guitar solos and some cool drum fills toward the end. Sugar Blues, good rhythm and some cool lead runs, but it's kind of gets a bit basic and repetitive towards the end. Killer on the Loose. What am I reading here? Heavy riff, but again sticks to a really simplistic song structure. Genocide is probably my favorite song on the album. Really heavy riffs in that one. Good chorus. Does get a little bit repetitive towards the end, but probably my favorite song. Didn't I put really like the guitar harmonies, but overall feels like a less inspired take on the kind of like Wild One or With Love formula, like the mellow acoustic verses.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of Wild One in there, yeah.
But it's just not as good as either of those songs. Then Hey You kind of almost has like a bit of a, not quite reggae, but a little bit of that feeling in spots. Cool bridge in that one. Pretty good closer, but yeah, just overall less inspired album than the last few for me.
It's a little formulaic at times in that it just, there's not, like you said, these are, and Tom said it too, these are to me lesser. It just seems like Phil was kind of whatever it was, whether it was heroin addiction, alcoholism, his home life was, I don't know, had he divorced by this time?
No, they married the same year the album came out.
This year?
Yeah.
Oh, he had just gotten married. Okay. I was thinking he was going through, but see, he was always on the road, and I think, I saw his wife, what was her name, Caroline, I think? She said we just kind of grew apart. You know how that shit happens in relationships, and he was just a visitor from time to time, and I think he was just kind of an amalgam of all that stuff.
Any musician like that, but let alone married to Philip Lynott. I mean, come on. Man. I think he's pound for pound, he might be the coolest rock star that ever lived. I mean, the guy
is definitely up there, man.
This guy just oozed cool. I mean, Joe Perry. I mean, he's pretty cool, man. I mean,
Perry looks like he's a 20-year-old in a 80-year-old. Well, no, he looks like an 80-year-old in a 20-year-old's body right now with a lot of wrinkled skin all over it. But
but he looked.
I mean, it's hard to pick.
Cool.
Steven Tyler's in that realm too.
Ultimate rock star. I think it'd be pretty hard to be married to the ultimate rock star.
Yeah, really. All right, let's get these last two knocked out here, so you guys have some of your evening left out there on the West Coast. You ready? Yeah, I'm sorry, Craig. I mean,
what time is it where you're at, Jeff? You're a night owl,
huh? Well, I took a 4-hour nap. Yeah. You and I will talk a little bit like some other time. I'll get in touch with you because if you're cool with that, if Tom
in
touch with you, because a couple cool things I think we could do if you were interested in doing it. But I'll chat at you later. But yeah, it's already 1:30 here, so go ahead, man. Renegade comes out 91.
81.
I'm sorry, 81.
81.
November of 81. And they went to Compass Point in Nassau, which was the big place to go. I think George Martin had a studio down there, right?
Martin Birch?
I think it was George Martin from the Beatles had Compass Point. I think that was his, wasn't it?
Could have been.
It was founded by Chris Blackwell, who's the owner of Island Records, says Wikipedia.
Oh, it's Blackwell. Okay, sorry, Island guy. Okay. This was produced by Chris Sangarides.
Yeah, is that how you pronounce it, Tom?
Sangarides.
Yeah, Chris Tangarides. Yeah, I actually recorded an album with him in like 2009.
Did you really?
I got to spend some time with the guy. Yeah,
he just passed away last year.
I think it was about
21?
5 or 6 years ago, maybe now.
Yeah.
He had some good
that's
stories.
Really cool.
The album never got released or heard by anyone, sadly, but we did spend a month at his studio, like working with him.
Were you working with a label or what?
With the two later?
Well, did you guys ever see the Anvil movie?
Yeah. That's the house, right?
Yeah, we were the next band in after Anvil. So everything you see Anvil doing in that movie, we were in literally like the same weird little like scout hut where we stayed, where he has that, trying to save the band conversation. Like it was down by the seaside in the south of England.
What was the name of the band?
It was called Crowning Glory. There's virtually no evidence that it ever existed because it was like
no evidence existed you ever existed.
Yeah, well, there's a 7-inch came out on Rise Above Records, and we were on a compilation that came out on Erik. But it's very hard to. We got one song on Spotify, I think.
Okay.
Which was not one that Chris even worked on. That was like an earlier version of the song as well.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Rip into it, Craig. Quick on this one.
So Snowy White's second album. I'm getting a little tired here, but I'm going to hang on. We have Darren Wharton is a full-time member of the band at this point on Renegade. He tours for Chinatown, and he's actually plays on this album. But yet he's not on the back, and he's
not on it. Yeah,
feelings were kind of hurt by that. But I guess it just worked to have 4 photos. But anyway, opens up. Angel of Death. It starts off with this synth thing, and there's a lot of piano synth stuff happening on this album, and keys and whatnot. And the young sound of British heavy metal or heavy metal starts kind of showing its signs here. I think Phil's getting a little bit okay, this is what's going on. So Angel of Death opens up with that very heavy metal-y Gallop type vibe.
Yes,
that's a kind of a signature sound of new wave of British heavy metal. It's cool. It's talks about Nostradamus and the whole his prophecy of the world going to hell. But cool tracks. A lot of people's favorite track on the album, I think. Renegade, man, it's a really great tune. I really like it. Snowy White writes that with Phil. I just like it. It's just the way he talks in the beginning. It's very, very, I don't know. It's a rebel type of song. The Pressure Will Blow, a very good track, man. A lot of harmony guitars on that. And if you think about the Snowy White era of Thin Lizzy, Chinatown and Renegade has a lot of harmony guitars. Like you think about it, there's a lot, and throughout all the songs and all the so I don't know, they must have just sat down a lot and done this, but I'm sure it took some work. But trip off that, there's a lot of harmonies in the Snowy White era, all throughout the tunes. Pressure Blow is a fine example. Leave This Town, another sort of a sugar blues type ZZ Top.
Yeah, very much. ZZ
Yeah,
Top, exactly.
Yeah. You got it. It's a tongue-in-cheek kind of tune. Like Erik was saying, some of these songs have a little bit more simpler structure at this point. Hollywood, another song that's just sort of like a Killer on the Loose type tune. But it's good. It's got a great chorus. And that was kind of like the hit off this album. No One Told Him. I think that could have maybe very well been a solo song for Phil, but it ended up on this album. Could have probably gone either way. The same with Fats. I think that kind of could have been maybe, is Fats going to go on a Thin Lizzy album, or is it going to go on a Philip Lynott album? Very well could have gone on a Philip Lynott album, but they're like, hey, it's got all this piano, and we got Darren Wart in the band now, so we got to show him off, right? So maybe they put that in because of that reason.
That's a really cool track. I think that's a really cool track.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's definitely different. It's a different approach than a lot of stuff they've done. But I'm a sucker for anything that Phil sings. I mean, that's why I'll come off this album, great album, love this album, because I find the beauty in all this stuff. I mean, they're my favorite band. And there's a time when I was getting into these albums and digging deep, so they just speak to me. But Mexican Blood, it's not the strongest song on this album at all. And it ends with Getting Dangerous, and it's a good track. I mean, it's not a very memorable.
That's a really good track.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Whether this one's better than Chinatown, kind of a toss up on what how I feel that day. But I enjoy the Snowy White era. I think he's a fine guitar player. The amount of harmonies that these guys do on this album and Chinatown are incredible. I love Renegade. I love them all. But that's my take on this. But then again, I think it's sort of like the songwriting's taking a dive. The focus isn't totally there. And this is right around this album is when Scott kind of says, hey, man, I think enough is enough. And he's kind of telling Phil, I think that we've kind of done what we can do here. And but that wasn't the case.
I think too, Craig, you and I we're 15, 16 when this album comes out, and I don't know about you, but like the music of that era and those things that were palpable to me at that point in time, especially now that I'm looking at 60 soon, it speaks to me. It takes me back there. And do I want to be there? Would I like to go back there? Sure, I'd love to. Would I want to stay there? Probably not. But it's a time and place thing. So you kind of get vibes from albums from that era that they take you there. I mean, we're both, you and I are 80s kids, right? I mean, we're 70s kids, but we're 80s teenagers. And that music, I can't take it out of me, man. I mean, Tears for Fears, Ultravox, that 80s stuff. I freaking love that shit. Even though I'm a metalhead, I love thrash and I love fucking death metal and I'm a weirdo, but I cannot take that stuff out of me,
Yeah, I mean, I'm still holding on to my Lizzy at this point, but at this point, I'm completely getting submerged into Iron Maiden and Tigers of Pantang and Angelway, and I'm getting totally absorbed into, wow, there's something else out there that's like this, but with this testosterone that's like this smaller level of cult that's cool that you can kind of, grab onto. So I'm holding on to my Thin Lizzy, but I'm getting into this whole nother genre at the same time. Not genre, but a whole other movement. Another movement.
Yeah, and you were in the hotbed of all that stuff. I mean, you were there when Metallica and Slayer was an LA band, but I mean, Metallica and Testament and Exodus, and all those bands are happening right around you, and some of those guys are your bros and your friends. You're going to I imagine you've been to Ruthie's many times, right?
Of course, but what I'm talking about is the bands, the whole thing that 81's we're getting in this other movement of these bands from England, or we'll even say Accept. They're part of that movement, even though they're from Germany. But the bands you're mentioning, the Bay Area scene, that's not happening yet. It's those bands that I'm mentioning right now that start influencing the Bay Area scene.
The Bay Area stuff, right? We're talking like Venom, Merciful Fate, all that stuff that's kind of predates the mid 80s stuff with the thrash movement. But that's a good way to put it, that you're holding on to your Lizzy because it means something to you. And even now, it's hard for you to say, well, this album sucks, because it doesn't really suck to you, right? Just to make it clear, I don't think any Lizzy sucks. Even the early Mach 1 stuff, there's some real gems in there. Is there a key period where things are fucking amazing? Yes. Is there some, as Tom said, the songwriting, we'll get you in here now, Tom. The songwriting starts to slip a little bit. And I like this album quite a bit better than Chinatown, but I'm going to guess you're probably in the same boat. Yeah,
I like it better than Chinatown. I think Angel of Death's great. Like Craig said, it's like Lizzy's first, maybe not their first metal song. Maybe Massacre might be their first metal song. I'm not sure, but it's definitely on the more metal side of things. Pressure Will Blow is cool. That main harmonized guitar motif is a little unusual for me. I think, like Erik was saying earlier, it's got like a couple of bits where it feels like it's kind of hanging on one section a little bit longer than you expect it to, and it's got a kind of slightly uncomfortable feeling to it, which ties in nicely to the lyrics. Hollywood Down on Your Luck sounds like somebody said, "Hey, we need another Waiting for an Alibi." It's like another hit. And I got no problem with that. It's cool. Like, the chorus is huge. It's like, if you asked AI to design you a perfect Thin Lizzy chorus, it would probably come up with something like that. But that's kind of what it is. It's like Thin Lizzy starting to copy themselves. Like, Fats should not be on a Thin Lizzy album. That's just that solo album, or like Japanese bonus track stuff there. Like, I think they were, the focus was, I'm sure they had a great time in the studio. Like, I'm sure that Chris Tangarides was totally encouraging them to try lots of different things and go like, yeah, guys, let's have like lots of songs that all sound different, that reflect all of your musical interests and like how diverse we can be, which is cool. But if you're asking me to like put it in a list alongside like, Fighting, Johnny the Fox, Jailbreak, Bad Reputation, nah.
Well, we're going to wrap that up very, very shortly here. Erik, you got some quick thoughts on this one, dude?
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's definitely, one of their most diverse albums, probably, in terms of like styles. And here's where the synths come in like full force. But it's kind of, it gives the album overall kind of a little bit disjointed feel a little bit. Angel of Death, man. Heavy, epic, galloping riff, atmospheric synth break with that narration and stuff is cool. And Phil's vocals on this are just like super aggressive. I might actually have to write a metal song called Angel of Death someday, because like you got that, you got this one. Tom, you should check out the band if you haven't.
I should listen to that band, yeah.
And then you got this one. Just like Angel of Death seems to be a great metal song to write.
Hey, Erik, you do know, by the way, that Tom was in Angel.
I just watched your Steely Dan episode.
Oh, okay, you pulled that up. All right, I didn't know if
I'm just screwing around. Renegade.
Sorry, he was a scab later on. No, just kidding.
One of many, man. Look, if you look at the Angel Witch past members section on Wikipedia, you could form like 50 different Angel Witches.
8,000 people, right? It's getting like the extra guitar players in Carcass now, right?
Exactly.
Been there, done that too. Go ahead.
Find the everywhere on street corners,
Renegade. I love this song too. Slow burner with kind of like waves of intensity that rise and fall throughout the song. Super cool syncopated drumming in that one too. Love the soaring leads in it. The The Pressure Will Blow, good chorus, but not a whole lot else going on. Leave This Town, that Craig, yeah, I totally wrote down. Sounds like early ZZ Top too, for sure. Hollywood, Down on Your Luck, yeah, kind of a, I don't know. The main riff is a little basic in that one, but the chorus and the bridge are great. Tom, like you said, that chorus is just massive.
I don't know about you guys. Let me just interject one quick time here. I call that Hollywood. I call that the Thin Jovi song. It's a little bit of Thin Jovi in there. It's got that big chorus, and it's got, you know what I mean? That was immediately, I'm like, hey, this kind of sounds like an 80s Bon Jovi song with Phil Lynott singing.
Yeah. Fats. I actually really like Fats. It feels weird being a Thin Lizzy song, but I also think it's pretty cool. That bass riff in the intro, it's like, it almost sounds like a fretless bass or something to me, just the way it's gliding around, but it's hard to say. Great piano solo in that song too. But yeah, it does feel weird being on this album, to be honest. Mexican Blood is mostly synth driven. The flamenco guitars that come in are kind of cool, but it's also like, I don't know, it's almost going overboard with the Mexican this, Mexican that, and all the Latin kind of elements that are creeping in. I don't know. It's all right. And then It's Getting Dangerous. I put nothing wrong with it, but it's kind of just a little bit uneventful. It's fine. Yeah, overall, I think I like this album a little bit better than Chinatown, but it's kind of on a similar level for me. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I was muted. Angel Death, man, dark brooding, foreboding track, really killer track, really fantastic opener. Renegade, really like this track, man. And this is more of a snowy track. It's kind of bluesy. It just has a really good feel, and you can tell that Snowy's a little more comfortable in the whatever Lizzy is at this point. He's more comfortable. It didn't last long, but he was more comfortable. Pressure Will Blow. I think, Craig, you said you really like this. The twin guitars sound much better on this album than they do on Chinatown to me, but the chorus for this one just doesn't do much for me. Leave This Town, man. This is LaGrange, isn't it? Isn't it basically LaGrange? I don't know. Sounds like it to me. Not nearly as good. Hollywood, Thin Jovi, man. Great chorus, though. When you're down on your luck. Good shit. No One Told Him. Really catchy chorus on this. No one told him you didn't want to see him again. Good one on there. And then Fats is super cool and jazzy, bluesy. Really like that. Might be one of the best tracks on the album. Mexican Blood, like you said, Erik, gets a little too repetitive. It just kind of keeps going back there. And I really like the closing track. Has a little bit of a Wild One vibe to the vocal melodies and phrasing. But it's a pretty nice track, pretty heavy track. I think this album gets kind of a bad rap to me from reading reviews about it. It kind of is a tweener album. I don't think it's a great album, but I don't think it's a bad album by any stretch. And, I do think that the Scott and Phil substance issues were really affecting their cohesiveness in the studio. But I'd give this like a 7.25 out of 10. And then we're at the final one here. Craig, you got that one up?
Yeah, yeah. I'll show the back. You show the front.
There you go. Nice.
Not the
cool artwork. I like that.
Pretty weak artwork.
Yeah. So we got John Sykes from Tigers of Pantang enters the building. I don't even really know why Snowy left. They just kind of see ya. We're done. That kind of
out of there. He's like, man, this is too much for me.
Yeah. But this comes out March 4th, 1983. It was recorded late in 82. Lombard Studios in Dublin. Power Plant Boathouse Studios. Chris Angarides again. So go ahead. Give me your thoughts on this one, man.
My thoughts? My thoughts are that Scott wanted the band to kind of be done, but Phil's like, no, we're going to do one more album, and we're going to get this guy, and we're going to do one more world tour. So he talks him into it. And we got just as Gary Moore came into the band and kind of got him a little, shot in the arm, this young John Sykes comes in, who, his favorite guitar player is Gary Moore. And so,
That's right.
who else better to get in the band, right? Another Gary Moore type guy. And he looks fantastic, and he gives the band a shot of life in a sort of a hard-hitting heavy metal way. Some people call this Thin Lizzy's heavy metal album. Thunder and Lightning, kind of a basic, kind of just barn burner track. It's not like a great structured song. It just got some terror in it, man. I mean, whether it be, I think there's 3 solos in it. I think there's this keyboard solo, and then there's that Sykes solo, which I think is the last solo on the track, maybe, where he just burns. I mean, burns, and it just kind of shows you like, hey, we're still here. And this is the one, which is kind of like a second track, kind of like a renegade second track in a way. It's cool. And sun goes down. This is a deep, meaningful number, as Phil would say. And
dude, I fucking love that song.
Yeah, it's a great tune, man. It's got vibe. It's sort of got the what's the song of fighting we talked about earlier? Spirit Slips Away.
Yeah,
It's kind of a revisiting that in a way. I think that maybe is he talking about it's coming to an end here, right? The sun goes down.
Good point. Yeah.
He's pretty prolific with his songwriting, and he's pretty honest with it all. Then we got Holy War, which is a great track, man.
Track.
Oh, I really like it. I think it might be, it might be my favorite track off the album. Just love the lyrics and the harmony and the guitar licks. And then we go to side 2. We have Cold Sweat, which is a Sykes riff. And another sort of barn burner. Like it kind of, like a side 1 opens up with Thunder and Lightning. Side 2 opens up with Cold Sweat. And and it reeks of drug talk again, man. Right? Cold Sweat. And he writes what he lives all the time, right? Yeah. And another middle part is just insane. I think he takes a pick to the thing, to the fretboard, and then the next track, Someday She's Gonna Hit You Back. It's kind of filler track. Baby Please Don't Go. Kind of filler track. It's all right. It's pretty cool. I like it.
I'm with you.
Bad Habits. It's all right. The side 2 starts the tracks that aren't the surefire tracks are kind of putting in on side 2 again. At the end a little bit. You see that a little bit on a couple tracks with Bad Reputation, and those are the places to put them. And then they end with Heart Attack, which is like another. It's good ending tune. I'm glad they ended with that rather than like Baby Please Don't Go or Bad Habits. But it's a rocker, and it's got Darren Wharton's got keys in it, heavy happening, and then he's having a heart attack. The last song on his last studio album is him screaming, "Mama, I'm dying! Mama, I'm dying! Whoa, Mom!" He's just screaming, "Mama, I'm dying! Mama, I'm dying!" on the last track of his last studio album with Thin Lizzy.
And 3 years later, he's gone.
Yeah, man, it's a trip, But it's an album that sort of stands in a class of its own out of the Thin Lizzy albums. Like I said, some people call it the Thin Lizzy heavy metal album. I think I love John Sykes. He's a fantastic guitar player. I think they went out. I think they went out as good as they could, man. And I think it was. I think it's a great album.
All right, Tom, what you got on this one? I know you transcribed Cold Sweat, right?
Oh no, that's a little bit beyond me, probably.
Really? I thought you played that one.
I don't think so.
Oh, you did Southbound.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you had done Cold Sweat. My bad. Sorry.
Might try one day. But yeah, Cold Sweat, I think, is one of the best moments in the whole Lizzy discography. I love the song Thunder and Lightning. Like Craig said, the way they structure the free solos in that song is really cool. Like, I think first it's Scott's solo, which is like a conventional, like, Thin Lizzy style guitar solo. Yeah, it's pretty rocking. Then the keyboard solo, you're like, wow, okay. Keeping with the times. And then Sykes comes in and just fucking sets the whole thing on fire. Like, it's absolute chaos, his solo on that song. So I don't know how you'd even start, like, writing down what he does there. Like, I don't know if it's possible to actually notate that kind of guitar playing.
You talking about that tremolo pick thing where he's just speed picking that thing?
Yeah, like,
yeah.
There's harmonics coming off it and all the crazy slides and stuff. It's like, check it
out.
Guys.
I got a little bit of a hot take on that.
Yeah,
I think John Sykes to some degree stands out oddly on a lot of these tracks, and by that I mean we all know Sykes is a killer player, and I love Blue Murder, and I love this playing on, Whitesnake, and you can hear 87. You can kind of hear this is sort of being a template leading up to the 87 album, where he's just epic on Crying in the Rain and all those songs. But I don't know, man. There's some of these songs where he's going off where I'm like, it's too much. I want to hear Robbo and Gorham play these gorgeous harmonies. I don't want to hear. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the odd one out there, and I'm a guitar nerd, and I love shredders, but I just felt like this album was too much in spots. Anybody else feel that way?
I feel you. I hear there's not very many harmonies on this. It's like one person takes a solo, the other guy takes a solo. So you're losing this. You're losing this Thin Lizzy signature sound.
Exactly.
But they're just like, let's just kind of rip it out. Maybe Scott was kind of done. He didn't want to sit down with Sykes and go over all this sort of stuff, man. Maybe Sykes wasn't the guy that was used to playing harmonies all the time. But you kind of lose that Thin Lizzy signature sound. But you get some pretty amazing guitar solos with it too. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, just some of it feels a little out of place. Sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
I think it's completely out of place. Yeah, it's non-contextual.
Thank you.
Like,
okay.
If we are to believe what it says on Wikipedia, the bulk of the songwriting for the album was completed before Sykes joined the band. So it could be that, like, the guys like Scott and Phil and maybe even Darren took a more calculated approach, thinking like, okay, like, we've missed the mark with the last few albums. Heavy metal's what's hot right now. We're going to make a heavy metal album. Maybe it was kind of by design and they decided to go down this route, and they purposely chose the flashiest, like, sexiest young gunslinger guitarist they could find to, like, bring the average age of the band down by like 10 years and just kind of be
that's right.
Check out the fucking fireworks on this guy, like, to kind of take the heat off the fact that, Phil was bloated and starting to die, and Scott would rather have been at home because he'd already said he didn't want to do this anymore. He agreed to one last world tour because Phil talked him into it. And like, we're going to do a world tour. We need an album to go with it as well. That's my take on it. I enjoy this as a guitar fan. I still like listening to it because there's some fucking phenomenal guitar playing on this album.
Oh yeah, it's a great album. It's just some of it feels a little out of place, like you said. You said totally out of place. That's kind of a couple of the solos on here. I'm like, they just don't sound like Lizzy songs with those solos in them. That's all. That's all I
also kind of feel like if you've got John Sykes in the band, it's like if you've got a Ferrari, you don't leave it in the garage,
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yep. Yeah. Good point. All right, Erik. Take us home. You there?
Muted, Erik.
You muted. There we go.
Sorry about that. Basically agree with what you guys said so far. It does. I don't know. It is a weird album in the discography because it just doesn't quite sound like a Thin Lizzy album in a way. And what you were saying, Craig, you're like missing that harmony element. Like there's a few spots, but it was such a big part of the sound for the last like whatever 6 or 7 albums in there. And yeah, it's just kind of, it feels like something is missing a little bit. But that said, there are a lot of great songs on here too. I do like Thunder and Lightning, probably the heaviest thing they ever did, and crazy guitar stuff on that. This is the one I do really like, the chorus on that one. I really love The Sun Goes Down. A lot of restraint shown too by Brian Downey. It's just like the hi-hat and a little bit of snare rim and the kick occasionally for the whole song. Never
very understated.
Typical beat really. But it works. It perfectly works for the track. That is also another one though where the guitar solo is a little much maybe for the vibe of the song. He's just like shredding his ass off at one point, and it's, I don't know, it's maybe a little bit much, but it's a great song anyway. The Holy War too, I love that. Like, you do get a little bit of harmonies in that one. It's like palm muted stuff. The main riff in the beginning of that one, that's a great song, one of my favorite ones on the album. And Cold Sweat too, just rips. Great heavy, super heavy riff in that one. And then yeah, it kind of just drops off from there for me. The last 4 songs are not bad, but they just kind of, I don't know.
It's just not that memorable. They're not that memorable.
No, not really. It's just a really front heavy album for me. But the songs on the first half and Cold Sweat are really good. So it is still, yeah, it's a great album. It's just not as great as the kind of classics for me.
Cool. I'll rip through this fast. I'm not as crazy about the opening track as all you guys seem to be. I think it's okay, but I think you said it best, Craig. It's kind of all over the place and kind of disjointed in a weird way. It feels kind of chaotic, but I mean, there's some shreddy ass solos on it that are like, insane. I really like This Is the One. That's a really catchy, in your face, earwormish track. I need it, I touch it up, feel it in my bones. And then you got Sun Goes Down, which is just, man, top 5 Lizzy song. I probably said that like 15 times now, but it's a top 5 Lizzy song for me. It's so moody, so atmospheric, so kind of majestic in a downer sort of way. It just has such a beauty to it. And the way Phil sings it, man, so vulnerable. His vocals sound so good on that one. Holy War, really good track. Super reverby. Oh, the one thing, I don't know if it's just what I was listening to on the stream, but I don't know how the album actually sounds like, because I'm running it, digitally over YouTube or whatever I listen on. And I just think the drum production on here kind of sucks. It's that 80s drum production that a lot of 80s bands, early 80s, fell prey to. Am I hearing something wrong here, or do you guys agree?
Yeah, the production's pretty tinny.
Yeah, tinny. It's just got, you get that slappiness on the snare that kind of makes it, I don't know why everybody back in the 80s thought that you had to add shit tons of fucking reverb to make the drums sound better. But I hear it on here and I don't like it a lot. That bugs me. Cold Sweat is a ripper. The vocals, beastly vocals versus gnarly heaviness of the guitars. That solo is pretty fucking lethal on there. And I swear, here we go, my last comparison. I swear the tapping part, George Lynch had to have heard that before he did the tapping part for Tooth and Nail. It's literally, it sounds like it's pretty much the same notes, but we only got 12 notes. What are you going to do, right? Someday she's going to hit back. Really overproduced, really synthy. Baby, please don't go. It's solid, but it's just, I don't know, man. It's just, that speed pick shred solo drives me nuts on that one. Bad Habits is pretty good. I like that one. It's a pretty ripping track. And, I'm not as crazy about this album as some people that are into Lizzy seem to be. Especially I find that people that came into Lizzy later on in life tend to gravitate towards this album because it's their heavy metal album. I don't really call this a heavy metal album. It's got elements of metal in there. It's certainly their heaviest, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's like a Maiden album or a Priest album, but it's solid. It's pretty good. I give it like an 8.25, but that drum production bothers me and the too much wanking at times. But you guys want to run through our top rankings and get out of here? It should take us like 5 minutes if we do it quick. I'll start. Shades is my least favorite. We'll go bottom to top. Erik, what you got? Just leave yourself on for now.
Okay.
What the hell happened there?
There's some lag on my computer. It takes a few seconds
All right.
for the button to register.
What you got for last one?
Big surprise, Shades.
All right. Tom, how about you?
Shades.
Yep. And I think we were unanimous on this one, right? Yeah. How about next up? We'll go backwards the same way. You, Craig. Craig,
Me.
you're up. Yeah.
I think the debut album, Thin Lizzy.
Yep, same.
Same for you? Okay. Same for you?
Yep.
Same for me. So there we're all in alignment there. I'm gonna go my next least favorite, Chinatown.
Same.
Chinatown? You're lagging.
Oh, Chinatown, yeah.
Okay, what you got, Tom?
Chinatown.
Holy shit. I don't think Craig's gonna follow us here though.
Nightlife.
Which one did you do?
Nightlife.
Nightlife. Wow. Okay, cool. All right, what you got for next, man?
Oh, it's so hard, man. This is
I know.
so hard. Thunder and Lightning.
Okay, very good. How about you, Tom?
Vagabonds.
Vagabonds. We must tar and feather this man. Go ahead, Erik.
Renegade.
Yep, I'm at Renegade too. Next one up is going to be, for me, Thunder and Lightning. How about you, Erik?
I got Nightlife.
Okay. Tom?
Renegade.
What you got, Craig?
Oh God. I can't be put in this position.
Fuck this guy, man. Fuck
I
this
can't
guy.
be put in this position. I'm gonna say Renegade.
Okay. All right. What do you got then for next below Renegade? Where are we at here? We're at
Me.
6.
After that, I'm gonna say Vagabonds.
All right. How about you, Tom?
My 7th is Nightlife.
Erik?
Thunder and Lightning.
All right. I'm at Vagabonds. And then my next one, which should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is Nightlife. So we're at 6. I'm at Nightlife. Erik, where you at?
Vagabonds.
Vagabonds. Tom, number 6.
Fighting.
What you got, Craig, for number 6?
Chinatown.
All right. You're the one guy that really likes the Chinatown, up quite high there. What do you got next and below that? So we're number 5.
I can't do this. This is too good.
Yeah. I have 5 number 1s too, basically.
Johnny the Fox.
I was gonna say this is not allowed on this show. 5 number 1s. No. All right, what you got, Tom?
Thunder and Lightning.
Nice. All right, Erik, what you got?
Like I said, they're basically 5 number 1s because they're all.
It's not allowed on this show. We already went through that.
Okay, I know it was just painful, but Black Rose, I guess.
Oh,
I know.
ouch.
But yeah.
Ouch. Okay, I'm going fighting, And then for number 4, I'm going Bad Reputation. What you got for number 4, Erik?
I got Jailbreak.
Tom.
Black Rose.
Craig.
Fighting.
All right, number 3 for you, Craig. We're down to the final 3.
Okay. This is brutal, but I'm gonna cross off number 3 is Black Rose.
Okay. Tom, what you got for number 3?
Johnny the Fox.
Johnny the Fox. What you got, Erik?
Bad Reputation.
All right. I, at number 3, have Jailbreak. And for number 2, I got Johnny the Fox. What you got, Erik, for number 2?
Fighting.
Fighting
Fighting.
my way back. What you got, Tom?
Jailbreak.
Jailbreak. Mr. Craig.
My number 2, Jailbreak.
And your number 1, Johnny the Fox.
No, Bad Reputation.
Oh, it's Bad Reputation. Wait, where did you have Johnny the Fox?
That was down on number 5 or something like that.
No way. No kidding. Okay.
And I did number 2. I did Jailbreak even though there's so many hits on it, and sometimes it's just like, but it's the heyday, man. It's those songs,
Well, any of these five could be number 1 at any given day. Yeah. Tom, what you got for numero uno?
Bad Reputation.
Nice.
Nice. Erik.
Johnny the Fox.
All right, and I go Black Rose. So there you go. I mean, kind of a nice little grouping, but as we said, you could do any one of those 5 as number 1s.
We're all so close.
Yeah.
Huh?
We're all so close.
Yeah.
Splitting hairs.
And Tom, you and I agreed on Bad Reputation being our number 1. Wow, how about
Nice.
that?
Yeah.
It's like you guys it's almost like you guys might have jammed once or twice or something like that. What the hell, man?
We haven't jammed any Lizzy before, though. We got to do that.
Well,
Gotta do that, man.
We do Bad Rep, so you'll be in on that.
Hell yeah.
Are you gonna play with the Butlers or with someone else?
I've jumped up and ruined a Butlers gig before. I can do it again.
Nice. Sweet, man.
Uh,
Well, listen, speaking of gigs real quick, Tom, what do you got coming up? You got a couple dates coming up quick, right? August?
Yeah, I got a couple of shows with the Bay Area tribute Union Jack and the Rippers, who play the British heavy metal stuff that basically picks up where the Butlers stop and run with it until about 1983 and then stop. So we're got a couple of local shows with them. Spirit Adrift's got some album release shows coming up in Tulsa, Dallas, and Little Rock, and then we're playing a festival in Anaheim with some 90s bands like Fear Factory and Machine Head and stuff in September.
That's a weird one, man. I saw that lineup. I'm like, that's kind of a strange lineup. But you guys can kind of drift in between some of the heavier shit like that.
We'll see.
Yeah. You are on the new album. What's it called?
Ghost at the Gallows.
Ghost of the Gallows. That comes out August.
Yes. August 19th? 19th, I think. I'm just going to check my... No, 18th. God damn it.
Okay.
I don't know.
And what else you got going on? Anything on the personal side? Not personal, but, related?
I'm having some surgery in 2 weeks. That's kind of...
Well, that's okay. We don't... You're having your bunions operated on. Craig, how about you, man? What you're doing the Handsome Big Dick Manitoba tour coming up, next week, right?
Yeah, that starts the 8th of August. There's 6 shows throughout California, as far down as San Diego, Anaheim, Long Beach, Fresno, playing here in the Ivy Room in the Bay Area. If you go to my Instagram page or Craig Behrhorst Facebook, Instagram, the tour dates will be on there. And then the Butlers have a show in October at the Baltic Kiss in Richmond, California. That's October 28th. And that's about it for now.
Conto's pulled you in to play the Baltic Kiss, right?
Yeah, Contos. We've been friends for a long time, him and I.
Did you catch the Forbidden, what's it called? Twisted into Evil or whatever? Did you go to that show?
I did not, no.
Okay.
Missed that.
Erik, you got anything happening?
Yeah,
2 new
tomorrow,
videos coming.
hopefully. I mean, yes.
I
Tomorrow.
was gonna say, don't give me that hopefully shit. Get on it,
no,
man.
tomorrow.
Come on, man.
Definitely tomorrow. Gonna be talking about a couple underrated bands.
Oh, nice.
Little sneak preview.
Who is that?
Prog band from the UK from the 70s.
What's the name?
You gotta watch the video tomorrow.
Oh, okay, because I don't recognize that. You'd think I know that.
They're P2.
Oh, yeah, I know them. Yeah.
Gonna talk about this band from Quebec, Oblivion.
Oh, nice. Craig, do you know Jesse Mallon? I don't.
I don't, but I have some friends that know him. From what I understand, he's a really nice guy and a very talented guy. I'd love to meet him sometime, but I know Handsome Dick is friends with him.
Cool. Real quick show notes here so I can get these guys out of here. Tuesday night, my daughter Madison and I are doing a deep dive on fucking brilliant Britpop kind of post-rock band that started it all, Talk, which Tom doesn't know and needs to know. Right, Tom? We're working on that, right?
Sure,
Talk. Tuesday night at 8:00 with my daughter. Hawkwind is coming up. Working on a date for that, and then on the 12th of August, we're doing another My Island series. We're going to be doing Black Metal Island, so that's going to have a cast of 9 or 10 people. It'll be kind of insane. Interviews coming up. Paul Masvidal of Cynic, Kelly Schaefer, my buddy Kelly from Atheist. They're going to do a tandem interview, probably second or third week of August. I have Monty Colvin coming on, bass player, songwriter for anybody know? No? Galactic Cowboys. You guys remember that band?
Yeah, with a Houston band?
Yep. Galactic Cowboys came up around the same time King's X did. They used to play with King's X. Not amused.
Later, yeah.
Killer band.
King's X, fabulous band. One of my favorites.
My God, dude. Love those guys. Love them. I think that's I'm trying to think. I know there's one other interview I'm working on. Oh, I remember now. Duncan Patterson from Anathema, old Anathema, the first era of Anathema. Also, he was in Cradle of Filth, I think, on one album early on. And then he did Antimatter with Mick Moss, which was a cool alternative sort of band. So those are coming up. I don't have dates on them yet. We're working out the details. I want to thank Craig Behrhorst for gutting it out for 4 hours and 24 minutes. He'll never be back on again, I'm sure of it. The next time we do this, Craig, if we do something together, maybe it will just you and me so we can nerd out for an hour and a half or two. But I want to thank.
Wait, man, Tom and Erik are my bros now. We're like, these guys are my bros, man. I mean, I feel like we should all be going out to dinner tomorrow night or something.
We should, man. We should definitely. If I was out, I guarantee you one thing. If I came out to a Butlers gig, I would somehow beg you to let me sing a Lizzy song. I would just do it. I'd be like, please, man. I don't care how bad I look.
I'm sure we could work something out.
But hopefully maybe we'll get out there one day soon. I've got some things I'm working on. But, I forgot one other big interview that's coming. Craig LaCicero and Kayla. What's her last name?
Dixon.
What is it?
Dixon,
that's it. Kayla is they're coming on. We're going to talk next week. Well, this coming week, we're going to talk about Just the Dead. And then Craig and Contos and Norman, and maybe Matt. I'm not sure. I think Steve's out of the country. We're going to, who you play with, Tom, Steve Smythe. We're going to be doing like a full-on Forbidden interview, I hope, before they head over to play the festival. So, Craig, we got to get in touch. Do some other things when you have time. I promise I won't make them 4.5 hours next time. I knew this one was going to be long because I knew we were all going to nerd out. And, I'm sorry. I apologize. Checks in the mail.
I blame Tom.
Don't spend it all in one place. What's that? You
Pray
blame
for
Tom?
you.
Yeah.
Tom.
Well, Tom,
Yeah,
you
sorry
did
about
tell him, right? You did tell him, right?
I said it could go pretty long. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure
All
I
right. Okay. All right, man. I apologize. Please don't hate me.
Hey,
Please love me.
don't-
No, just kidding.
Don't apologize, and just let me say, it's been a pleasure. It was nice to meet you, Jeff. Nice to meet you, Erik, and Tom. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. And yeah, I mean, Thin Lizzy, the greatest Irish rock band of all time, if not the greatest
Absolutely.
hard rock band of all time.
Absolutely. There's no that album stretch, Erik, like you said, is very hard to beat, man. It's just very hard to beat. And God rest, I'm not a God dude, but God rest Phil. Hopefully, wherever he's at, he's jamming with Hendrix and all of his favorite heroes. And you guys, thank you so much. Hang on one sec. I'm going to end the broadcast. Everybody that hung out, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Catch
man.
you later. Hang on, guys.